Welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's hopefully solve some puzzles. We're going to continue exactly where we left off in the previous session with Cold Night Puzzle, which we spent way too long on the other day. Although we were making some progress, we just kind of had to dip out because it was getting quite late on the previous stream. But we spent about 2 hours on this one the other day. The first hour was spent forgetting that you could take snowballs through doors, which was Snowball 101, which tells you how long it's been since we've done puzzles. And, welcome, F. Belmont. Yeah, we're getting off to a bit of a later start today, but we were beginning to make some progress on this when I had to cut off the previous stream, so we're going to continue while it's still fresh, because I think we were right on the verge of a breakthrough. So let's take a look. And let's just go over how it is structured once again. Okay, reach the goal is Super Mario. So as you can see from the opening screen, well, let's describe this quickly, just as a bit of a review. We need to take a spring with us here in order to get over, and we need to do so in the off state, and we need to do so as Super Mario. You can get to the question block in the bottom right if you come over here in the off state as Small Mario, which would just require you to, well, be small. So we might go for that just to see what's there, because getting there as Small Mario should be strictly simpler than getting there as Super Mario. Now, this is the initial state that we're left with. The bottom left blue pipe spawns a POW. The bottom blue pipe here spawns snowballs, and the blaster on the left side spawns a progressive fire flower. So we need to pick it up as a mushroom while we are small, and once you are small, then it spawns a fire flower that no longer comes down and is no longer accessible. So you just have one shot at the power-up per cycle. Here's what we're going to do. Notice that you can also go above the ceiling. This is actually critically important, as we discovered. And the method that we had discovered to progress through this was like this. That you tap the on-off switch, then you go through the block here. It's an invisible block that requires that you ride the POW in order to grab the mushroom. And then it'll spawn a flower after that, which is inaccessible. Now the next thing we're going to do is this. We're going to figure out a way to get a snowball into the top right while we are in the off state. This is how we do it. Tap. And you place the spring in the middle here. Now this is slightly execution sensitive, so we'll hopefully not have too many resets. I'm going to spawn the snowball and bounce it in the middle so it's accessible. But we also have to switch things back into the off state so we are able to carry a snowball through the door that the POW is tucked under. Like this. So this is just about as far as we made it. We figured out a way to get both objects up, which is actually slightly technical. You have to do kind of a low spin jump and a throw with a spring. And that puts it above. You sneak both the snowball and the spring above, so all three objects are going to be accessible down below. We'll carefully escort everything down, just so we avoid any potential problems with accidentally hitting the snowball. And then we're going to grab the spring. Now here's the critical piece here, which is that we have access to the mushroom now. So this is exactly the same as the position that we had when we first toggled on the off, with one difference, which is that we now have an additional snowball. Which also means that this cycle is going to look slightly different. Let me just reposition this. We had to... Yeah, you can kind of do it dead center, but I think I prefer to do it slightly off, just to make sure we get enough height. Whoops, maybe not. Let's do it dead center after all. We are on the clock here. I did find a timer to be a bit of an issue in previous attempts, simply because things can get a little finicky with item handling, as it usually does, as you can see. Okay, let's try to get the bounce. We just need to overlap so we don't hit the block. Then, here we are. So now we have improved on a previous position because we have an additional snowball, which means we're able to do a switch activation without taking damage on the right side. I think that might give me some valuable progress. I'm trying to figure out how. Because if we can get a snowball and a POW up to the top right, and retain the mushroom, I think we're in good shape. It'll look something like this. We're going to... Oh, okay, no, we can't put the POW on top yet, because if we put the POW on top now... Yeah, we want to use the snowball to do the first switch activation. Then a second snowball will come up, and it will bounce up into the top right pocket. Then the POW needs to come underneath that. If the POW goes first, then snowball will be unable to go up. If a snowball goes first, the POW should be able to lift it up. And then we'll be in the on state. So this was as far as we made it the other day. And what we're going to do is we're going to use this first. And then we're going to send the POW up as well. So we have both objects in the top right. Now, the question after this is, how do we turn snowball plus POW in the top right into spring plus POW? And this was as far as we got the other day, and I think I thought about it afterwards, and I do see it. It was a very simple thing. I don't think I tried properly. I think we have to leave the spring here if I'm able to do a bit of a slidey jump over here. There's actually a bit of an issue that I have to kill the spring somehow when I do this kind of jump and slide in, I hope. Yeah, because this is actually a potential obstacle here. Because I want to destroy the spring. The reason I want to destroy it is because then we can spawn another one on the right side once we get into the off state. Otherwise, we're going to have the same problem we did previously. Now, I know we can go through that slot if I jump up there with this spring, but that doesn't help because I want... Because if we do a jump like this, we can go through. And that's a problem, because we still need to kill this. We need to get rid of it somehow. And the only way to get rid of it that I can see is to place it here. We can't really do a crouch jump from... Oh, yes we can. Okay, never mind. That solves that. So here's the idea I don't think I properly tried, which is... I assumed, I think, and I don't even know if I tried it properly, I assumed that a snowball, if we threw it from here, would just hit the wall. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh wait, we got another one. Okay, that's fine. I was trying to soft drop it so we can kick it. And let's see if it hits the off switch. On-off switch. It does. It hits perfectly. And I think that actually solves the puzzle. Now, if we're small at this point, of course, we are able to grab the question block, but we're so low on time, we're just going to do it this way. I think we got it. I think we got it. That took way too long, but... whoops. Up we go. And that's the flag. Let's see what's in the question block. We'll just go back through this again quickly, since we have the solution at this point. So that was all that was missing, was the one piece of the puzzle that it was so close to getting if I just stayed on stream for an extra... I don't know, 10 minutes the other day? I don't know. We might even have seen it. Because we got awfully close. Okay. So, I just want to show off the question block quickly. We're likely to bail on the puzzle before anything else happens past that. We just need to be here in the off state, which means we just need POW plus Snowball in the off state, which is easy enough, I think. Because we can do that on the first cycle. And then we'll try that. Yeah, it took me a long time to figure out getting both the Snowball and the Spring out of the top right, because that did require that little spin jump technique. And... okay, well, let's do this. We do need the mushroom because that will give you the next switch activation. Do we want the next switch activation? Yes, we do, because we need the snowball. So we do need to do the double tap thing again. So let's just place this again. Hang on. Yeah, because there were two things that were pretty technically dependent in the solution that I may have given up on too easily when I did this previously. One being, you know, the ways in which we can get up here as Big Mario, and the other being just the snowball activation at the end. I guess it makes 3, along with the sort of short spin jump that we use to get all the items out later on. But anyway, this time around we are going to send a POW up rather than taking the snowball up. Do we do that? No, we send a snowball up first because we want snowball plus POW for the switch activation. Yes, okay. So we'll do the double tap. Because we do need the spring, I think. So, yeah, it's exactly the same as the actual solution, except this time we're going to be small. And that bounces up. Oh, this is a problem. That we can't bounce to POW now. Oh, you know what? The easiest way to do it is actually just to walk through the solution the standard way. And then deliberately take a point of damage if we really want to see what's in the question block. It's probably just a 1-up or something, but we'll see what it is. It'd be hilarious if it's just a mushroom. Yeah, so no, that was a mistake then. Let's start it over. Like I said, we have cleared this. I just want to show off the bonus content very quickly. Since we're here anyway, and it's still fresh in memory. So yeah, I think the best way to do it is actually to walk through the whole solution and then just take damage deliberately to see the question block. There might be a more direct way of doing this, but I don't see it. So let's mess around with this just a little bit longer. Okay, here we go. Okay. And same as before. It's funny because I assumed that, you know, getting up there as Small Mario would actually be simpler and require fewer steps strictly than getting up there as Big Mario, but it actually doesn't. So it kind of works for the question block to be a bonus that you have to go out of your way to obtain. Let's activate this to create the ceiling. And we'll do the double tap. Oh, whoops, no, mistake. That's the slightly annoying thing about this, is that if you miss that snowball activation, you have a huge reset ahead of you, and it may be more efficient to just reset the puzzle. Okay. So, let's go here again. Let's take this and activate. Take this, whoops. Yeah, there are a few potential execution traps in this puzzle that have big resets attached to them. And hello, Bonafide Pirate. We actually did solve this. I am just doing one little bit of bonus content in it. I'm trying to hit a bonus block, but we actually did solve it. I was about one step away from doing it yesterday. Not yesterday, but the day before when I streamed this for about 2 hours. If we had been able to stay an extra 10 to 15 minutes, I would have gotten it done. But in the course of seeing me do the little bonus thing, you will also see the solution, so... As long as I remember what I'm doing. Ah, yes, this is the snowball bit. Now under the door. Now let's do the double tap accurately. So we don't kill the snowball. Good, just barely. Okay, and then we have another little execution-dependent element here, as it seems the easiest way to get both objects out is to do the small spin jump, and hopefully not throw the spring too far. Yeah, it's still on screen, that's good. It's a tricky little maneuver, but it works. And we'll just get everything down carefully, and go for the mushroom. Maybe not even a mushroom, because that would actually... Yeah, we know we can hit the snowball at this point. Yeah, we don't even need to go for the mushroom right now. We can just... If we want to show out the bonus block. If we're going for the full solution, of course, we grab the mushroom at this point and exit. But instead of doing that, we're going to go for that secret question block, which means it's going to be, after this switch activation, snowball first, then POW. Why couldn't I just do that earlier? Oh yeah, because I didn't have the mushroom to do the switch activation, of course. And we... Oh yeah, no, I do need a mushroom. I do need a mushroom. I messed up. Because I need the mushroom for the second switch activation. Or, no, I don't. No, I don't. What was I saying? No, I don't. And we could have done this previously too, on the first cycle. Okay. No, this is how we're doing it. No, this is not how we're doing it. Hang on, that's okay, we can just move the POW, and the snowball will come up. Okay. Down this way this time, kick. On. And then we're just going to go for the question block. See if it's a 1-up or just a sound effect or whatever else. So let's go. And I'm going to exit after that since we have shown the solution already. Okay, what is it? Whole lot of nothing. Okay. I mean, I guess that just means we can't blow it up, but now we know. I wonder how easily clearable it is from this stage. It's basically equivalent. I mean, we can try to just grab the clear just to raise the clear rate artificially or something. But at the end of this attempt, I'll bail out. If we have an execution mistake or take a death or something. Oops. But yeah, this basically resets the puzzle back to step 2 after the first switch activation. Which is okay. But we were pretty low on the clock when we did do it correctly earlier, so I am somewhat doubtful that we'll get it clear a second time, but we'll just map it out anyway, just for fun. Not going for any speed records anytime soon. So here... Yeah, if we fail to double tap, I'll just bail out. But as this little thing is a little finicky here. Oh, no. Never mind, I got stuck. Okay, never mind, we solved it. Unless I can get out. Nope, I got stuck. Could just run straight through. Alright, that's fine, we cleared it. If you missed it, you can scroll a little bit earlier in the replay, and you'll see it. But we did get a clear. And let's do another one. Let's get out of Search Selects list for a little bit, because we still have to solve Toadette's Great Hall, which was another one where we were fairly close to the end, but I think we need to take a break from all these snowballs because he's been on a snowball kick lately. Look at all this. Snowman, snowman, snowman. A whole lot of snow for winter. So anyway, we did get clear on that, so we will attempt something else. Just give me one moment. We're going to go back to Itchy Knee, who did get one of the clears on the Searchlight's level. And we took way too long to do the 2 versions of Pesky Weed Retribution last time. But we did get it. That was last week, in fact. So I think, yeah, we cleared a lot of the older ones, so we'll do at least 1, possibly 2 of the most recent ones. Snowball Bowl, an Enhanced Legacy puzzle. I don't think I played the original, though. And Mr. Bones Dichotomy. So let's just go down the list and start with Snowball Bowl. Simply collect the key with a snowball. Reach the goal after hitting at least 1 key switch. Okay, here we go. Well, collect the key with a snowball. That would require us to get rid of the Muncher, which would require the POW. Looks like the POW is accessible if we go up, but then we would need to hit the on-off switch after that. Let's see. Snowballs do respawn from these pipes, correct? Check it. Yeah, they do. There might be some looping back and forth. And possibly, you know, object placement to loop around and oh, we would need to grab the... We would need to hit the P-switch in order to come back down the left side. That's an important constraint. So the only way that you can get into the bottom left zone here to grab a new snowball is to activate the P first. Once you grab the key, you can go for the door, but only in the off state. This is Super Mario World, so up throw is available if you want to up throw the snowball, for instance, into the on-off switch on the right side. Then that would allow you to loop around, but then that wouldn't get you very far unless you have a way to take the P-switch over here to the left, which we currently don't really see because I think the... Actually, no, yes we do, because notice how the cloud / semi-solid allows you to up throw the P into that location without it blocking your path. So we would use the snowball to up throw against the on-off switch. That toggles the right side. We carry the P, we up throw the P above the cloud, we climb up, we take the P over to the left side. The P switch is what is required to drop the POW looks like it's over semi-solid though. Or is it? It looks like it. We don't need to carry the POW at any point though, we just need to kill the Muncher. And then we just loop back down with the P-switch, grab the snowball. Here's the trick, is that after you do 1 snowball hit against the on-off switch, it's going to go back from off to on, which blocks the key door. So you would need to do some kind of additional cycle using an additional P-switch to switch the door back to off for 1 additional loop. I think that's fairly simple. Okay, let's do it. This is actually a pretty gentle one by Itchy Knee Stanters, unless there's a trick I'm missing. Because he's trapped me in some pretty big ones before, I can tell you that. Okay, no reason not to just hit the POW. You hit the P, and then you'd have to wait out the P. That probably is some kind of quality control on the right side. Grab the snowball for the key, and then this 1 additional loop with another P-switch. There is a problem that I see here already, which is up-throwing the snowball and a P-switch is an issue. Because if you come around here... Yeah, that's going to be a problem, actually. That's going to be a problem. I see what the problem is. That you can't get the snowball and the P-switch up this way on the same cycle. So if you grab the key, it hits the off switch. And then you have a problem. And if you upthrow the P here, it blocks your path, which is also a problem. You can't hit... This is what the P block prevents. You can't hit the P and then run around to do everything. What you can do is grab the P this way. No, you can't, because you would still need to activate the P-switch to go down. I feel like there is going to be something that involves crossing over. Or possibly throwing a P first so it blocks the key. But you would still need to activate a P, so that doesn't work in order to come down. Okay, I see the problem. So we need to get up with the snowball and the P in some form. How do we do it? Not going to be like that. Nor is it going to be like that. Nope. Okay, I see the issue. It looked surprisingly simple, but that's deceptive. It's because we have failed to account for one very simple thing, which is getting both objects up. This would obviously be wrong, because then you can't activate the P to go down the left side. But just checking. So the P activation timing might matter, and might matter quite a bit. When we go to the left side, we activate the POW. You know what? After you activate the POW, you can go back up through the donut blocks. You don't need to go down through the P-switch. As long as you don't need to retrieve an additional snowball, you are okay. You only need to activate the P-switch if you are coming down to retrieve an additional snowball, which means that some kind of upthrow of an object here is going to be relevant. And Dustin Dude coming in with a party of 6. And I hope Scrabble was going well over there. Hang on, I've got to give you a proper shout-out. Yeah, let me know how the Scrabble stream went. So I think we upthrow the snowball over here, and then that way we don't need to loop around to the bottom left in order to retrieve it. We can't upthrow it like that, though, because it'll break. Actually, maybe an upthrow won't work. We would need to stop it with something. Or we hit, and then while the block is going... Oh, no, that still hits. I was hoping that this would not be an issue, but it looks like the upthrow is going to make contact with that slot, and I'm not going to be able to just gently toss it up there. So, okay, that's not going to work either. So I wonder what it's going to be. If it's not that... Well, anyway, hitting the POW in advance is a good idea, though, I think, because... then... Actually, yeah, the state is kind of equivalent to... We go over here with a snowball, toss it. And Dustin Dude, we're trying some categories variant of Scrabble where you try to get your opponent to guess a category based on the words you play. Oh, is that something... is that implemented on Woogles, or is that implemented somewhere else? because I don't think I had actually heard about that, but I hadn't really been keeping up. Random generated some random category on some website. I see. Okay. I think I know which watermelon game you mean. It's the... I think it's like the Korean one that's been making the rounds, right? Like Suga game or something. Yeah. I think I know what you mean by the watermelon game. I haven't tried it myself, but I've seen a lot of people running it on Twitch lately. Okay, so we're in the off state here. We still need the P-switch to go down for the snowball, so we're still in the same position we were in when we just hit the POW manually. It could be that we need to block the snowball with an object. Or just place it here and run back around if we... Well, I mean, we're able to hit on off again here, it's just that we no longer have access to the P-switch, which... Yeah, the problem is that we get into this state and we're stuck. Unless we have... let's say the P-switch available here. Okay. So we are missing one critical step. And yeah, thank you for coming by with the raid once again. If you need to run off to work. Ah, you played the rip-off watermelon game, I see, okay. I don't know if I could tell the difference. Now, P-switch first before POW, I wonder... Yeah, because the problem is, if the snowball... I was really hoping that something like an up throw would do it, but it won't. And indeed, I wonder if the POW would be necessary for something else, like if you had a... stacking behavior or something using the snowball. Best way to potentially do it is... Well, let's do the loop first of all, just to see what happens when we do this. Because what if we run the P-switch over? Or activate and grab another... Yeah, we know there are going to be issues with the snowball not being able to make it over. Let's just see what we're missing. Because if you do this, then it blocks the off, and it's actually very similar to another recent solution in the pesky weed puzzle we were talking about earlier. Except you need to activate the P-switch before you can do that, otherwise you don't have a way of getting down. So you need to block it with something else, probably. I still can't believe this slot here, this particular setup, doesn't really help you. I wonder, actually. I mean, this is telling me something specific, that instead of just having a POW in a single slot above the semi-solid, the fact that there is this additional block at all is making it look like it's not just a matter of using this block to smash the POW, that using the P to activate it in the coin state might be very important. And thus far, we're not sure how. Alright, let's try to do one loop without hitting the POW yet. Let's just try a little something. Ideally, of course, you'd have... Well, let's see. Once you're over here... Now, you hit the P-switch now. Let's say we grab the coin without the POW. Then I wonder if we can kind of retry to throw again against the top slot until it just works. Nope, it does hit the POW either way. So that will not be it. So the question we have then is how to obtain the P and if it's possible to come back down here without... Ah, no, I know what it is. No, I don't know what it is. I was hoping it would be like activating a P switch and then quickly placing another P, but that doesn't work either because this is obstructing. Otherwise, if we send a P switch up the left side, that would work too. But currently I don't see that being the case. So you're missing something. So we just need to get both the snowball and the P upstairs. Somehow. If the P is on the top half, it can do two different things. It can block the snowball throw against the on-off switch. And it can also allow me to come down for an additional loop. Both of these things are possible if you would just figure out how to drop it. Unless you can do like a soft drop on the side here. No. Although this kind of overlap is potentially interesting. You can do an overlap like that. Because I'm thinking about how to throw both objects without hitting the snowball. Apparently that looks tricky. And the snowball against a key, Okay, let's say you grab the P. It probably is something like an object overlap. But I'm also underusing the property of potentially going up the left side with an object. If I hit the muncher first, then I can roll the snowball while it's in the on state. So instead of doing the up throw from below, what we can do is an up throw with the P switch. And then upon another reactivation of the on-off switch, like if we do the first hit with the P switch and then find a way to drop it back down. The problem is that that doesn't respawn to P. So I'm thinking basically up throw with the P switch, and then take the snowball with me, hit the POW. It's the on-off switch with the snowball again. Now that would drop the P below the on-off column, so that doesn't work. There's got to be something with this coin. Or the block that turns into a coin. There's got to be something like that. Because that's much too suspicious to not be anything useful. Unless there's a very specific quality control problem going on there. Maybe a up throw with a bit of momentum? No, that doesn't work. That's much too execution specific. Yeah, so what I'm looking at potentially is something like this, where You do one activation like this first. And there's a pretty obvious problem with, oh yeah, you also can't just toss a snowball up here to begin with. Actually, I wonder if you can ever toss a snowball up that height. Let's test this out quickly, because if we can constrain this, then we know that's going to be P-switch only. Let's just try this again, just to mess around with it a bit. Let's say we do a straight up throw. Yeah, that doesn't work actually. The snowball basically has to go up the left side. Or does it? I felt like we had successfully taken it earlier. No, because we had used it against the on-off switch and we had taken another snowball to the left. This. You hit the POW. Then you just hit the on-off switch once. Wait, what's the problem with just doing this? Why can't you just do this? Oh, because you need to come out with the P-switch as a clear condition. Yes. But that means I get a second snowball. Okay. We actually just missed the simplest thing, which is, just come up here and hit this with a snowball. And now we just need to escort the P, which requires me to have a P active at this point. Ah, I see. So coming back here with a snowball doesn't work, even if you have two, because then you can't get to the P. Yes, totally missed the whole time that the P is actually mostly about the clear condition and not anything else. This is just a little bonus game. This is what happens when you do a low-budget puzzle with entities to spare. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is a lock at this point. That I wasn't even thinking about the clear condition, to be honest. So that means that you can't use the P to be blocking the key either. So you would need a snowball to be accessible when you're not in the bottom left. Or even in the bottom half. You need a snowball to be accessible somewhere in this zone. What's not clear to me is how we would go about doing that, because the up throw doesn't work. The up throw doesn't work against a POW, it doesn't work against a block. It doesn't work either way. I wonder if there's a way to maybe soft drop a snowball there and work around. I don't really think there is, because... Okay, suppose you don't need to use the first snowball to hit the on-off switch, and then you just cycle through a second time by hitting a P-switch. Or you throw or activate anything. So the difference now is that you have an extra snowball available. Snowball get hit against the P? Yes, it does. Of course it does. So this is like the starting position, except with the on-off state toggled. That's the only difference. So the question is, can we place the snowball somewhere useful and usable, and still have the ability to take the P-switch up with us? That's still the same problem as before, which is that no, you can't take it anywhere useful. I don't see any slopes or anything that we can use for sliding tech either. That would ever be relevant. So we need to carry the P through the door. I'm thinking about whether there's a way to sort of remotely Move the P switch. It's very, very tricky, actually. Totally underestimated it. We will... Yeah, you take this up, hit the POW, go down, roll the snowball. Well, you hit the POW first and you don't roll the snowball, then... Like, hit the POW first, is there any reason not to? So I'm wondering if there's a reason why we might want to hit the POW while the snowball is in a stacked position or something, and use that to manipulate objects accordingly. It's this little P block here that ruins everything. Let's mess around a little bit just to see. And Halo X Halen, if I'm reading that correctly, it's going alright. Just cleaning up some puzzles. Just to get them out of the way this week, since they do tend to take a little bit longer. We'll put the POW over here. I'm not doing viewer levels tonight. We usually do it on a weekend, but this weekend we might be doing 8th Mario Maker Celebration, so we'll see. I usually try to run a queue at least once a week. Yeah, if you have a puzzle specifically, though, I can look at it after this one. It's just that I don't run to Qbot when I do a puzzle day, because we never know how long the puzzles will take. So, yeah. Yeah, like I said, we usually do it on weekends, but we might have a few changes this week just to accommodate some other content. Now, let's see here. We can... I mean, what happens if I... Hit the P, drop in, grab the snowball, wrap around. I think what I need to do is I need to dislodge the P. We're going to try something here. I'm going to try to drop the P on top of the snowball and see if it gives me a bounce or something. If we bounce the P into a position that is obtainable on the left, that's exactly it. That's how to do it. That's exactly how to do it. And yeah, if we solve this one quickly, I can try to take a look at yours. But, yes, so we do need to hit the P, of course. But this is the position that we want in order to do it. This is definitely going to be the central maneuver of the puzzle, is using the bounce. I wonder what the P bounce is like if we place the snowball in the center. We need to do some testing. Just so we know what the positioning of the P is like. I don't know if that's far enough to be grabbed on the other side, but... And we have to do the first cycle, too, in order to get a snowball available in the off position. So, we'll cycle through one time. Might as well hit the POW. I see no reason why we shouldn't. We actually do need to do it now so it doesn't kill the snowball that we use for the positional trick later on. And what we're going to do is we're going to cycle around one more time, I think. After we hit... Yeah, and then eventually we'll... Well, this lets me send a P up the left side. It doesn't really let me send a snowball up, though, unless... no, yes it does. Yes it does. It will solve it, I'm pretty sure. I'm just going to try again with the positioning, just to see if we can get the bounce to cooperate a little bit better. It's a little off-center on the left, yeah, so we need to test this a few times just to make sure it is not off-center, at least not in that direction. Let's just test this out, make sure the bounce is okay. Oh, it's not coming at all. I wonder why. Oh, I see. No, it's because of the clear condition. Because the P is attached to the clear condition, there's a limit to the number of Ps that can spawn. Yeah, so we can't test it out that much. We actually have to do a clean run through the puzzle. And we have a finite number of P activations that we are allowed. It's a pretty niche, undocumented mechanic, but by now we're used to it. So yeah, at this point, we go for the key this cycle. No, we go for the key last. And I think we'd still be off by one on-off interaction. When we do the cycle where the P comes over here, we actually do have to be in the on state. Which means I'm going to bounce to P now. Tricky. Because I need to figure out when the snowball throw is going to happen. Because that's not obvious. Yeah, we're going to need a couple of cycles of the P, in fact, and the fact that we're limited to a finite number of interactions is going to be important. Because what will happen is that we'll use this cycle basically to position the P properly for the next pickup. And we basically have to waste one loop to do it. Ah, this is the other problem, is that the snowball is going to be trapped on the right side. Is that an issue, though? I don't think it is, because we grab a P, we toss it up on the left side, and we can still... Oh, yes, it is a problem, because we can't take the snowball up through the top right. So after the P bounce, that is actually when we need to activate the POW. It is at this moment that we activate the POW to kill this snowball and have it available in the bottom left. Because the snowball can't actually stay here. The P bounce happens first, then we hit the POW. Okay. So you're confused what's supposed to happen. Yeah. The object of this level is to hit the on-off switch. Not to hit the on-off switch. Hit the on-off switch and grab the key using a snowball roll in the top right quadrant. And you have to take the P switch out the key door. Now, there's a little bit of trickery involved here because the central problem in this level is to get both the P and the snowball into the top half of the level at the same time. And you need to do things in a fairly specific sequence in order to make that happen, which we are going to do. Because the snowball can't come up this way. It breaks if you try to up-throw it through this column, so that's only for the P. The snowball has to come up through the left side. We don't activate the POW yet because we still need it to kill a snowball remotely in just a moment. So we're going to move this P just out of the way for a moment. And then every time you cycle back to the bottom left quadrant, you need to activate a P switch once. This positioning should be okay. Take this again. The P switch activation has to happen first, and then we hit the POW. P switch activation, P switch spawns, P switch bounces to the left side. We hit the POW, then snowball and P are both accessible on the bottom left. That's what we're going for. Then you can up-throw the P here and carry the snowball up here manually. And then the only problem that remains after that is figuring out how to do a double toggle on the on-off switch, which may still be an issue. So, anyway, let's do it. P switch, P bounces, snowball goes down. Let's try to grab this way. Okay, that's progress. Now we can toss the P. And now we can run with a snowball. Now here's the problem. We run with P. Then we hit the key with a snowball, then we're stuck in the on state. Then we use the P to come back down. and toggle back to the off state. But then we need to do a whole sequence again in order to get the P back upstairs. Yeah, we basically need to do the whole thing again in additional loop. It's very elegantly designed, actually, now that I see it. But it's going to work like this. You take the P, and then you go up for this throw. Then we go back to the on-off switch by using this P. And then we hit the on-off switch and we carry the P out of here, and then that should be the level. That should be it, yeah. We got it, we got it. Okay, there we go. Let's throw the snowballs. And, well, we know how to do this. We'll just get out of here. So we got 3 activations of the P. Respawns stop after 4. So we couldn't really test that much. But we got it. We just needed to see that central maneuver of the precise sequence it took to get the P accessible in the bottom left. And thank you for the GD. And yeah, Halo Exhale, and if you have something that's kind of puzzly, feel free to send the code. Otherwise, we'll continue to do some of these. We're pretty casual about trying to get levels in, so. But failing that, we'll probably go to the next Ichini one. But yeah, we'll take a look at yours first. Yeah, like I said, we're not really running a Qbot today simply because we have to give ourselves the time to really think about things properly. Spin jump junction, okay. Let's see. Looks like there's a little more platforming, that's okay. Yeah. I'm not sure I will run viewer levels at the usual time, which is why I'm dealing this in now, just in case, because we do have the anniversary event going on this weekend with a lot of makers who are familiar to the channel, so... Oh, whoops. Can't quite see what's going on the way down because... But that's okay, we'll... oh, looks like I'm gonna get a little bit stuck here. And I needed to hit the on-off manually, okay. Little bit blind on the way down there, I would say. And here too, in fact, but we're tall enough that I think you kind of have to be small to get through this, and we end up with a feather anyway, so it's no big deal. Okay, so we'll mine the fire bars this time and go down this way. Yeah, better to do it this way, I think. Whoops, okay. But I didn't need to keep the feather. I think I did, actually, in order to fly this way. Oh, maybe not. Okay, as long as we didn't have a feather requirement. Oh, whoops. I guess we technically had some warning about that. We can lure a thomp down first, I think. Up and take damage anyway. Alright, never mind. And, well, we were spinning. That's supposed to be a spin jump anyhow, so we made a mess out of that. That's okay. Let him go up a bit. Yeah, there's a lot off camera that you kind of need to see for the first time before you get a fair shot at it. That's my main concern with this. But I was hoping to whip the dry bone so I could just not deal with it. There we go, that's much better. Oh, I lost it anyway. That's alright. Yeah, the cape would be quite nice for the float down this column on the right side later. Otherwise, I think we potentially have a moment of peril there. Yeah, after this one we are just going to get back to puzzles. I really don't want to be doing a full viewer queue or anything today. No. Just make a brief exception. Oops, come on. Easier with a crouch jump, I think. And we'll get over it. Interesting that this would give you a pipe. And that's if you do it with no checkpoint, I guess. Oh, let's hit this. Oh, here's Junior. Totally gonna miss. And then there's the flower. There we go. Yeah, I guess the title of the level suggests that I spin jump everywhere, but... we don't really follow instructions very well. That's something you'll discover about this stream very quickly. This is not a channel where we know how to follow directions. Now, going through the blue pipe did skip checkpoints, so I wonder if we do want to do that, but we'll... There we go. Much better. Oh, not so much better. Alright, let's go down here. Oh, no. You like seeing strats that people come up with? Yeah. Okay, there we go. And then we'll whip this guy again. Yeah, this is the thing that always throws me off is all the bullets coming down. This should be easier with the cape on the descent that we have later. Spin jumping? Well, yeah, I guess we could if we really wanted. But this I will float. I don't think it's actually going to help me that much. In fact, I'll crouch jump it. We've got the cape, we can always float our way out of trouble if we have issues. Sure, we'll shortcut it. We know how to do it. Then we'll whip. Whoops, never mind. That's okay, we know there's a fire flower under Junior and a cape. Keep the flower just... You know what? You don't really even need to get him necessarily, but I'm sure the key door is more interesting than the other side, so... Oh, 2 keys. What would that be? Because of that. Okay, that's fine. Oh, and it cycles back around. Then maybe it allows you to continue? I guess we'll see. Maybe we should have checked the other door earlier. Oh, it looks like it's... I mean, if you really did want to engage with it, then yeah, but we'll just skip it. Hopefully the on-off state doesn't matter too much at this point. Let's let this go. You know what? We've got room to fly. Let's fly. Oh, never mind. That might be relevant if we're trying to go up to that key door later, unless it's just a drop. Let's just take this carefully. You know what? We could just finish this. As long as the Bowser collision isn't going to get me into too much trouble here. There we go. Not the cleanest finish, but I think it works. One thing we forgot in some of the other levels was to check some comments, so we're going to do that next, and we'll get back into the puzzle list that I had going on. Okay, thanks for sending that along. Like I said, you know, it does have some issues with some segments feeling blind, especially when you're dropping, but the power-ups are generous enough that we get through it. It feels very Maker 1 style in some ways, and I think it's mostly because of the kind of contiguity of layout and a little bit of the non-linearity to it. It was very much more in keeping with a style that was more popular in Maker 1 in some ways, which is kind of interesting. But thank you for that. Let's move on. This was your first level? Yeah, that's fine. I hope that was a relatively useful playtest. Let me go back to what we played, as I forgot that I wanted to check developer comments here afterwards on the Searchlight puzzle. If you cleared using the reset door, not intended but good solution. Okay, I guess that was not intended, because we did clear using the reset door by carrying the snowball through. If Searchlight comes by, he's going to have to tell me how you clear that without using the reset door. If you clear by only using the left switch, it's cheese, but nice find. We didn't find that either, so we'll need to talk to him about that afterwards. Glad he left those breadcrumbs for us. Anything on this one? And yeah, thank you so much for the follow once again, and we'll be back when I'm doing viewer levels. Yeah, like I said, we do it somewhat regularly, but we have a few changes in the schedule this week, so. Okay, I was going to continue to the other one by Itchy Knee, since we're still fairly early on in the stream. Mr. Bones Dichotomy. Fed up with his bridge breaking and needs to defend it. Let's try it. I do have a Discord. Let me punch it in for you. There we go. Oh, you got it before I did. Quicker on a draw. And yeah, it's relatively quiet there, but I do post things about the schedule in advance when there are changes, cancellations, etc. So, let's get in the house. Okay, this is more or less a one screen. Notice that you can get up off the top with a donut block as well as a semi-solid. The semi-solid on the right only lets you go right to left if you're going up above the ceiling. Bones are being chucked at us. We don't have something like a Yoshi for catching it, but we'll just have to be careful not to get sniped by that. No clear condition attached to this one, so it's just going to be going for the door. I don't know what will hold the key. No, the key is right here in this column, actually. So we will eventually need key switch active and a fire flower available to take out the ice blocks in the column and then grabbing the key that way. So we know where the fire flower is. I'm thinking about whether... I don't think it can be dislodged from the pipe just given its positioning. We can't really nudge it out of there, I don't think. The POW sequence is kind of interesting here because we've got the munchers and the stumps. I think given the placement of the bomb on the stump stack, we'll have to activate a POW just to see how that unstacks, just to make absolutely sure. Because with the bomb on the top of the stack, I think it actually doesn't die since it's not walking loosely on ground. But I have to see what gets released there. The stumps, of course, would sit loosely on the munchers. And the bomb would probably hit the other POW. Might also be something you light with a flower, so let's just flow through it and see what we can do with it. Is there a reason to get Fire Flower first? Yes, there is. It would be to bust through the middle. But then I would need to take damage and be small in order to get over to the on-off switch and to the P. So let's bounce up to the Fire Flower first and then continue from there. Speaking of, how do I feel about the new layout? The new Discord layout, you mean? I haven't really had much time to play with it yet. Because I know that there were some changes to the mobile app version as well, which has one feature I really love, which is that I can finally see my notifications cleanly, which... You know, all this time, I think both desktop and mobile Discord had not been the best about actually showing me who is pinging me where in terms of recovering various messages. Okay, if we hit the P, then we're able to jump onto Dry Bones again to get up to the top, and then we have access to the POW. We would, of course, need to hit the P first. And hitting the P also blocks the spawning of a second P, so you can't just hit a P and then quickly grab another one and stow it. You actually do lose it. Oh, give me some time here. Oh, nope. Missed it. That's okay. We were burning a lot of time on that attempt anyhow, so let's do a cleaner one. I can see why there's a relatively low clear rate on this for a puzzle, because execution-wise it's really easy to just get smoked by the bone. Bit of a limitation of the way that the Super Mario World style is implemented. Now we do want to take some hits. Do we actually want to hit the on-off switch yet? Yes, we do, because otherwise... No, yes we do, because if we get the Fire Flower, we can't toggle off back to on. But if we do get the Fire Flower, I wonder if we are able to tap the bomb from across the one-way panel in its current configuration. I feel like that is worth checking. Oh, no, we're not checking it because we... Yeah, no, we trapped the bones on the wrong side anyway. We have to trap it on the right side, not on the left. So that was a mistake. If we trap the bones on the left side, that's actually a blown attempt because we don't have a way to jump. I think. I had to check myself for a moment. There's no way you can jump on the bones, right? I think it's Yoshi, maybe, but... Anyway, so we will be extra careful about loading the bones onto the right side this time. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we do need to let him head over. Then we take a hit or two, a hit and two. Then go over here. Notice that you can't actually get the flower first without activating a P-switch at this point because the bones are on the right side. So that prevents me from doing the thing I had in mind earlier, which was looping around with the flower. What we have to do then is activate a P-switch and then, and only then. I was just trying to up the road towards it. No. Let's get out of the way of the bones first. Hang on. It's a bit of a hazard here. Alright, let's jump up. Plenty of time at least. We forgot to hit the on-off switch. I just completely forgot about it. But eventually, in this state, that's how you'll get the flower with a P-switch activation, loop around, and hit the ice. Eventually. We need to figure out what's going on with the whole bomb sequence first, which we'll have to see. Okay. Again, lead it to the right. Whoops. That's okay, it's still doable. Let's not forget the on-off switch this time. So we have access to... Oh. Well, we're gonna run out of time here. It's okay, we can always try again. But I, of course, prefer not to. Now, having the POW available, we don't want to activate the POW while the bones are still in walking form, because that would just kill it entirely. If it is in bone form, I believe it actually does stay alive, but we should test that. And we should see what the POW does to the bomb stack as well. So, let me just check this quickly. No, it does kill it. It does kill it. We need the bones to basically potentially be in the air or something. Which we can do, I think, if we build a bridge and then like snatch the bridge away and drop it or something. Yeah, Dill Pickle, welcome. Wowie zowie to you as well. Now, I don't think you can just P-jump off of it. I think you do, because the P-jump doesn't give you a high bounce. Well, it almost does. That would be something to keep in mind, though. Notice, though, that with the bones out of the way, that when we did the POW activation, the munchers dropped and then the bomb dropped. With a POW and P stack, I think you can actually do a P jump up to the vine. And that's probably how we would do it after one POW activation. So perhaps we do lose the bones after one cycle, which we'll have to see how that goes. Let's let it walk to the other side first. Super Mario World or SMP3, which would I prefer? Are you talking about the styles, or are you talking about the original games? Because... well, I do have an answer for you, but I'll let you clarify that first. My answer is actually the same either way, so it doesn't matter what you meant, but... the original games. Marginally, I am Team Super Mario World. I mean, in many ways, SMP3 was the bigger design landmark in terms of how it pushed platforming and the Mario series in general, in terms of being a huge step up from anything that had come before. But sentimentally, I am more attached to Super Mario World, and I think, you know, the durability of its mechanics, enemy set, engine, etc. have also been proven over the long term by, and just the vibrancy of the hack scene surrounding it. But, you know, even just the original design, like, there are some spotty levels here and there, but it's just a beautiful and audacious game. But I totally understand people who say they prefer SMP3. I think that's, like, that seemed like it was kind of the big contested debate of my childhood for some reason. Okay, we can do a POW activation, and then we can grab another POW, and then we can go down. Then we can use POW and P-jump in order to get up here to loop around to the flower. The on-off switch looks like it's going to be a problem. Because you have to be small while you have it. Which means that you can only get the P out once. But then you can cycle around. Yeah, we're going to try the whole POW and P-jump strategy. It is going to require killing the bones. I don't really see how to keep the bones alive right now, other than perhaps building a bridge with POW. But it would be interesting to build a bridge with a POW. Let's show you what I mean by that. Basically, if you placed POW kind of halfway like this, then you can walk the bones across. Yes? No, you can't. Okay, never mind that then. Doesn't go far enough. And if you upthrow the POW, will it explode? Yes, and you can't even upthrow the POW through a one-tile wide column, in fact. Because a one-tile wide column is actually too narrow to keep the POW alive. Regular time, you have a puzzle level that has only one completion. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can do it, but I know some people who might. Okay, let's say we nuke the bones. And let's say we try out the... And then let's say we toggle on-off. Toggling on-off, of course, loses your access to a second POW, which is a bit of a problem. It means that we should have done the POW activation up top, actually, and grabbed a second POW right away, after the first POW hit. So in fact, I did mess this up slightly. Let's, it's going to be a little bit tricky to recover, because we wanted the POW to be up top. Let's just restart, I think that's easier. Yeah, I was thinking stack the P-switch onto POW and do a P-jump off the P in order to reach Divine once the bones are already dead, because it's clear to me at some point that the bones do have to die. Whoops, not like that. Okay, let's bounce up here. We'll take out the middle once the bones are on the right side. Take the second hit here. V-switch and jumping on the bones once they are safe to jump on. Then I think we actually do the first POW hit now. It lowers the bomb so the Fire Flower can reach the bomb. If the Fire Flower reaches the bomb, then you drop the POW on the right side, which is necessary because that's the only way that you'll actually have access to the key door at the very end. So the bomb must die at some point. And that's independent of the on-off state, but you do need the off state. Here's the problem that I see with this. That if you toggle off to on, if you grab the Fire Flower another time, you need to take 2 points of damage. I think the way you do it is perhaps you take damage onto bomb and then jump on it instead of activating it with the Fire Flower. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. No, you do need a Fire Flower to get back into the mushroom state, and then... Yeah, okay, so I have a strategy. Let's... So the trick is that you need at some point to become small again after you grab the Fire Flower. We're going to grab the Fire Flower twice. And I will... It's very tempting to just activate the bomb using fire, but I think I actually have to activate it by stepping on it. So at this point, what we do... Oh, no, I needed to hit the on-off first. At this point, what we do is we're going to... this is going to be a problem, actually, because we won't have... If we grab the flower now, we won't have a second run at the P-switch. The bomb needs to be in that position when it detonates, because otherwise it's not going to hit. Oh, actually, no, that's a problem. That's a problem. The POW is going to activate when the question block underneath it is detonated. I'm pretty sure. Because that POW dies, you actually do need to grab another POW at some point and take it up. But anyway, we're going to wind up activating a lot of POWs. That's the bottom line. Okay. Go here. Donut block's going to be a problem, I'm sure. Oh, missed it. And now I'm stuck. Actually, yeah, if I just stood a little bit further, the Fire Flower bounce would have taken that out for me. But then we need another P activation in order to go through there and actually get the key, which... If I'm big with the Fire Flower at this point, I don't have a way to take damage. So I can't do this yet. That has to go last. Yeah, that cycle with the Fire Flower has to go last. We have to use the Fire Flower to take damage on the bomb. I'm pretty sure. Luca, welcome. And alright, let's do this again. Take damage. Of course, we can avoid killing the bones a little bit longer, that'd be great, but I don't know if that will be the case. Because we do need to lower the bomb. And we do, I think, need to spend the power to lower the bomb. Because I don't think... Oh, we forgot the on-off switch. Let's do this again, hang on. That's okay, this is easily resettable. Okay. So now we have this. I'm wondering about whether we can do something to... Like, if we get the dry bones to stand on top of the POW and then drop it and activate the POW while it's dropping, then we have a damage source down below. I'm just going to see if this works. It's not going to be part of the real solution, I don't think, but... Oh, whoops. Nope, not like that. But if we can get it to stand entirely on the POW, and then just yank the POW. Nope, hang on, too soon. Nope, not like that. Okay. It would need to be way over, and it would need to drop. And so the idea is that you activate the POW while the bones is falling. Then bones are no longer available up here for jumps, but they are available for damage, which is important. Let's go back to the original idea, though, before we play with that. Just so we don't forget to explore some of the concepts I had in mind. Let's let it walk. Okay, here we go. Down. Switch. So we'll go with plan A, which is that we do kill the bones. Put a POW up here. I feel like there is going to be some manipulation to keep the bones alive, though. I really do think that's somewhat likely. The P... on the left side, too. I wonder what that's for, and what that's blocking. We'll have to figure that out, because I wonder why it lets you drop out on that side. Because there's no functional difference between dropping out of that P block on the left side and just kind of looping around the bottom, right? Or looping around the bottom versus looping around the top left. Let's kill the bones, which was the original plan. Let's grab the POW. We'll do POW plus P to come up. And do a cycle with the Fire Flower. Here's the thing. POW plus P gets you up to Divine. POW plus Fire Flower, I think I should be tall enough to reach Divine. Because I get the extra tile of height. So given that, we're going to toggle. And we're going to grab the Fire Flower and we're going to loop back around. Timing might be a little bit close here. Oh, no, timing's going to be... Ah. I actually just needed to do this. That's all I needed to do. Okay, now that attempt is dead. But I'm pretty sure that's it. Then we don't hit the bomb with the flower. We hit the bomb with ourselves. Because it'll be under the one-way panel. We can basically overlap it and take damage from it and activate it while small. The bomb is then going to activate the POW, which is alright because after another on-off toggle we can grab another one. No, maybe not. No, we'll still have a POW available as our platform. So I think it might be okay, but oh, no, hang on. There are a few things that we kind of need to run through to see before we can really visualize what is wrong with our current logic. So we'll do that. I feel like there is going to be something like, using a POW to drop the bones in midair or something. That just seems like the kind of weird central interaction that a puzzle would eventually encourage. In particular, if you use a P and a POW, you could actually bridge the dry bones over to the left side instead of killing it. And that would allow you to grab the fire flower initially. And then kind of weave back and forth. But the problem is that at some point you do need a POW activation to drop the bomb, and that's not really avoidable. Mang, welcome. And yeah, Mang, we actually did very quickly solve the puzzle that I was finishing up in the previous puzzle stream. I was actually about one step away once I saw the main cycle in it. And so we did clean that up quickly today. So here's what I'm thinking, is that you use the POW and a P to create a bridge for the bones to move them to the left. I feel like this puzzle is structured in such a way that it just seems like the kind of thing it would do to me, right? This seems like the kind of thing that would happen. This really looks like it's going to... Yeah, exactly. And then that would give me access to the flower. Again, flower plus... Well, we can just move the bones back whenever we want, as long as we have POW plus P. The problem, of course... But then that does allow me to break the ice blocks without losing the bones. Which is what we want, because... yeah, well, let's toggle the on-off switch first. We don't want to kill the P anytime soon, because well, once we grab the fire flower, until we are small again, we lose access to the P. Which might be okay if we just cycle quickly. Using, say, POW plus P jump. Bones are going to be really annoying here, I can tell. But you know what? We don't need to deal with that yet. Let's... I shouldn't have dropped it there. That's okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, the bridging interaction looks absolutely right. It just looks like the thing that this puzzle is about. Hey, come on. There we go. And we just take damage, and then we can get the key, and then the key problem is solved. And then, at that point, because we've used the bones for this purpose, we can start to deal with the key problem on the right side. So... now the question here is, do we grab the flower yet? I think we do, because we would need to activate this POW down here. No, we need to spend one P-switch and then we need to get another P-switch ready. Therefore, we must remain small until we get the second P-switch available. Oh. I didn't even think about... Oh, no, that works. Okay. Now the thing is, okay, do we grab the flower? No, because we need to get the other P first. And we just get it out of here. Because once we are big, we can't toggle this switch. However... Yeah, now if you activate a P switch, then you're able to, in the off state, grab the flower and escape with it down below. Which looks really, really important. Yeah. Yes, you can. That's what this block here is for. You can come down this way. And now we need to be careful not to lose the flower yet. Because we do need it for the bomb detonation later. So at this point, I think we activate a POW. And because we are in the off state now, while we're big, we're still able to get more P switches. Which means that we can use the P for something like a P jump. At this point, there's no reason to turn off back to on, I think. We stay in this state. And this POW will regenerate once you have that. And it's going to be P jump. And then tap this. Thank you so much, Alluring Music, for the raid. Let me give you a big shout out. Hope Mario Kart has been going well for you. Problem. We're big. And I actually do need to be small to get through this. And I should have taken damage on the bomb and jumped on it. Which was the original idea we had anyway, because we... After activating it, do need to be small. I think we can do that anyway. Just run into the bomb and jump on it, right? And then that should hit. Okay, so we're close to the real solution now. I think we're close. I just didn't even think about coming through here with the fire flower. We just didn't think that far. Because it would be necessary to take the POW here. Obviously, you know, if you have a P, you can throw it, but no, we have to be small. We have to be small. Yeah, thank you, Alluring Music. I did have a couple weeks off in November, unexpectedly, but we're back a little more regularly now, which is nice. Alright, back down we go. We'll let this one walk. So it seems like we've solved much of it at this point. But we'll need to see whether my idea for becoming small again while igniting the bomb is actually going to work. Might be a bit tricky. But I think we can do it. Okay, so it's going to be off switch. Then we wait for this guy to come back and grab a POW. Take the POW down. And then we build the bridge. Oops. Hang on. Build the bridge and then clear the bridge. And then we'll make sure the P-switch is available to us. Oh, nope. We'll do this again. I forgot the on-off switch. Hang on. Let's do this again. Alright, then we blow the gate for the key. Let's not take damage yet, although this is still in a mildly resettable state. Bones are not in the best position right now. I think we'll retain them on the left side, though. That's fine. I should actually just jump on them right now. Oh, come on. No. Never mind. That's okay. We'll take damage again so we can grab the P. Slightly annoying. I was trying to get the deflection on a fire flower to melt the other one for me, but... Let's just drop it down here like we used to do. We don't fuss around with it too much. Okay. There we go. Then we'll hopefully squat left on this one. Wait a minute. Oh, I was small for this previously, and when you're small you get pushed out. Or when you're not ducking, I suppose you get pushed out. It was okay to be small for this, though, because you get access to the flower right away anyway, so... Yeah, I'm not Bowser. No, we'd avoided that previously. We know it's avoidable if you're small and if you're not squashed. I was actually ducking mostly just to avoid the bones, but it's okay to take a hit there. It's not a problem, so... The problem with losing to execution mistakes is that it's very easy to lose track of what it was you were doing. Yeah, just hold left. I know, I was just kind of ducking instinctively there because of the dry bones. So I really should have just held left there. And I do know that. Just didn't really think about it at the time. Yeah, because once I melt the ice, I don't actually need a flower in that location. Anyway, let's hit this. Very easy to just lose track of things and do them out of sequence by mistake, so we'll be careful. Use the power for the bridge. We'll move the bones over to the left. Whoops. My mistake. Let's center it a little bit better. It's... oh, that's okay, we can get another one. And we need the on state at this point anyway because of the access to the flower that we're going for. There we go, that looks better. Okay, at this point, I'll leave the P down here for the moment. Oh, whoop, nope. This guy just chucking things all over the place. We didn't really use the right to left passage on the ceiling for very much, and I feel like, you know, potentially we're missing something that might require that. Okay, this time we'll hold left, and if we get whacked, we get whacked. Can't I just use the POW to get up? Well, I need to get the key first. Do you mean up to the right side and jumping over to the vine? Yes, but... Oh, you mean without using the bones? Yes, but... Not if you're small. I think if you're small, you're actually slightly out of range. You need 2 additional tiles from the floor to reach the vine. So you can do it with POW plus P jump. You can do it with a dry bones jump because it gives you the extra tile for the bounce. And you can jump up to the vine on a POW by itself or a P by itself when you are big, but not when you're small. I think I did test that somewhat thoroughly. Okay, so let's try to remember what I was doing at this point, because I think I had to take damage just to get access to another P and, of course, the on-off switch. Now at this point, the P-switch allows me to complete this passageway here to get the Fire Flower in the off state. And at this point, we stay in the off state until the end of the level, I'm pretty sure. That is going to be a... Yeah, at this point we kill the bones, drop the bomb, and use a P-jump to get upstairs. And then the POW will refresh in the top right. I think that's how it's going to work. Kill it, and P-jump up. Oh, no, I missed it. That's okay, because we're in the off state, so we can actually repeat the P-switch as much as we want. So that's not a problem. Assuming there are no surprises like a Fire Flower requirement on the other side of the gate or something, but I doubt it. Okay, so... Ah, okay, no, this is the problem. I actually can't get in through this one-way panel while big either, so... The bones do have to be alive at this point. And that's okay, because we bridge again. We're gonna have the Fire Flower. No, we need to activate the POW once, though, to get access to the bomb. That's the main issue. But I feel like we need damage frames or something at some point. Because the problem right now is that even if I tap the bomb, I would need to take one additional point of damage. Or perhaps just, I don't know, hold the bomb or something. What if I... Okay, let's try this, since otherwise there's a blown attempt anyway. Yeah, okay, no, because the bomb is on a stump stack, it's not going to die to POW. So even if I take a point of damage here, that's not going to help me, I think. Because I still can't get through the stack here. So if I need to hit this, how do I hit the bomb while the bones are still alive? That's the question. And I think it would have to be something like, you know, dropping the bones through the middle if we can. That might be tricky. Because we... Okay, in that case, it's set up in such a way that you do need the Fire Flower to activate the bomb. And if you need the Fire Flower to activate the bomb, at that point, you need an additional point of damage in order to become small again. Maybe keep the POW until you make it to the stumps. Well, that's not going to help, because if you activate the POW at that point, while holding the flower, the bones are still going to die, right? If the bones die, that's your only remaining damage source in this level. So the idea I had in mind was to do something like, you know, having the bones sit on the bridge and then dropping them, and then activating the POW while they're in a drop state. Alternatively, I wonder if there's a way to... Yeah, I need to find some way to maybe suspend them in the air or something, but... Because otherwise I don't see how... I mean, I'm able to take 1 point of damage off the bomb because of... where that is, but... The second point is not clear. Yeah, bones in the air can keep going, that's not... yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that if you have the bones, you know, in a falling state or something, like falling through the central column, then you would be potentially able to activate the POW and keep it alive. I actually wonder if there's some reordering that I'll need to do here to make that happen. Let's walk through it again, just to see what we're missing. Oh, yes, I see what you mean. That's because the dry bones would die, but the bones would still be thrown. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out the position where that would be done, though, because the problem is that if I'm using the POW, the reason I'm using the POW is to lower the bomb. So at that point, I still need to use the Fire Flower to hit the bomb once. And if you look at the height of the bones, it's not going to hit me anywhere useful at that point. I don't think so, anyway. Because I'm looking at where it's going to be standing and where I'm going to be standing. And I don't see that I can actually intercept it. Maybe that's the purpose of running over to top left, but... I know what you mean, that, you know, you would get hit by the bones after you knock it out with the POW, but... I would have to activate the bomb with a Fire Flower. And remember, I still need to take 2 points of damage at that point. So even jumping out and trying to hit the bones won't do it. Because I would need to take 1 point of damage from the bomb and 1 point from something else. Unless the bones is just, you know, alive on the board somewhere, but we'll have to see. Yeah, you see, the thing is, positionally, I don't know how I'm going to take 2 points of damage from the bone, right? Like, I'm looking at the pattern here, where it's standing. And I don't see how it's going to happen. Because, yeah, it's on screen for a while, but... I don't have very many places to stand where that will actually behave the way I want. But I kind of agree that the bone being thrown is something that I should be looking at a little more closely. Oops, hang on. Maybe this is reachable with just a POW. I hadn't considered it. I didn't think it was, so I thought I tried it. But I didn't really try it on the left, so... maybe you were right about that. Okay, let's lead it to the right side first. Yeah, the bone is too low. It can't hit me in the bomb slot. That's what I'm saying. Because the stumps will go down by 1 tile, and I'll be standing on top of the stumps and the bones won't hit. That was the issue I was thinking of. Oh, let's wait for another cycle here. But yeah, if I can get the bones to drop from removing a POW, like if it's standing partway between a POW and a P-switch or something, or standing entirely on the POW. I mean, like if it's in the middle here, for instance, and I snatch it away. Oh, it drops like that. I mean, now we've kind of busted the level, but that's the principle of what we're going for, right? That we want something that looks similar to that, just hopefully dropping it down to column. Possibly even switching it into bone form first, like jumping on top of it while it's on top of the POW. The problem, of course, is that I can't reach the POW at that point. If I jump on top of it... Or maybe there's something like an up throw that would lift it. POW going up to the P would just bust a POW, but P going up to the POW... let's see what we can do here. Yeah, if we can find a way to keep the bones alive, it was slightly longer, that would be a huge part of the solution. You think I can launch it up to the right area? Not sure. Because I'd have to basically get it on a sort of half tile here in this corner. Then do an up throw past that point. Well, anyway, let's actually try to do this first. Get back to where we were, but oh. Because it's kind of true that if you have the bones in the top right, then you have a potential solution to this, which is that the bones will be more easily accessible after you fire the bomb. The fact that the P-switch column is located one tile to the right of the center gap, whereas this vine is located 2 tiles to the left of the center gap, does make me think that that's worth considering. Because it looks like it might be significant. Problem is that you have to time it pretty precisely with the P expiry, and I just don't know if that's very plausible. But we'll try it. We'll try something anyway. We need to get back to a former state before anything else happens. But if we can get back to the state of obtaining the key and the flower while everything is still alive, then we'll progress somewhat. Let's just try to get back to that first. I don't know if we can do it in the top left because I'd have to get it on top of a POW first, and I don't know how we'd do that. However, and actually, you know, even if we're doing something like this... Oh, whoops, that was a mistake. The problem with it is that I can't actually place something like this and get below it at the same time. Because see, now I can't get below it at all and I'm just stuck. I can't get that placement above my own head. Not with the POW anyway, because the POW would just die to an up throw. Yeah, I've definitely been thinking about whether the bones are movable further. But we'll have to see how to set that up. I don't know, I still think we should look at some way to get the bones to avoid the POW. Like if I'm dropping it in bone form, for instance, so it doesn't walk off like it was doing earlier. And even so... Actually, there might be a way to do it. Because what if you have the dry bones on top of a P-switch? You jump on top of it while activating the P-switch, like if the P-switch is in the middle bridge. We'll have to see how that looks when we get to it, but... I also wonder If maybe getting the dry bones to walk over to the left might also work. Because, yeah, actually, you see how it might be possible with the top left. Is if you can tuck the dry bones into the area where the ice coins currently are, and if you can get it to stand on something, maybe it's possible to launch it. Like if you can get it to walk. The problem is that you need to activate the P switch in order to open up the P blocks. So the thing is, you would need to use POW as the bridging mechanism. Yeah, I'm thinking about that, like whether you can get the bones to walk across here. Okay. Let's go back to the bridge building. Yeah, you can send it down. The problem is getting it back up at that point. But we'll see how that works. There's going to be some kind of stacking involved over there to make it sensible. I'm going to try something very quickly here. See if you're right about the distance on the vine. Yeah, no, I can't quite reach it. At least not with the running speed I have. I need a bit more of a dash. Oh, you can do it. You can do it. Yeah. It's much easier, actually. But I think you still need to build a bridge. Given that you still need to build a bridge, I strongly suspect that you do, in fact, need to get the bones over to left. Does that mean that when I'm big, I could just grab that? Oh, well, that simplifies things so much. Yeah, okay, I miscalculated then. We're good by one tile. Well, in that case, let's get back to the P-switch first. I think I still want to build a bridge eventually. I just won't do it yet. I think it is actually going to be sending the bones to the top left. The more I look at this, the more it seems plausible. Okay. Let's not accidentally hit the POW or anything. I actually wonder if I should have left the lower block alone. No, we... No, because I wouldn't be able to get unstuck. Okay, yeah, let's leave it as is. And loop around. Yeah, the thing we'll eventually want to try is... Oh, no, we don't want to do that. Okay. What I wanted to try was something else. Yeah, you can't actually throw the P or the POW against each other. I was thinking of a different interaction. But possibly you can do a lift with a dry bones with an up throw, if it's in the right slot. And I'll do a little bit of experimenting just to see what's possible. Oh, whoops. Let's wait. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and actually P-jump here would have been just fine. Even if the bones were still on the left. That's okay. I still think the bridging mechanism is likely to be critical at some point. So, whoops. My bad. Now we're really in a bind. Oops. So easy to get whacked with that thing. Anyway, you just go quickly on that cycle, you get in position. Nice and quick. And then hit this. Let's wait. No. That's okay, we'll try it again. This is repeatable. Grab the POW up here. Then let's go for the flower and the key. Yeah, the one thing I wanted to try was throw under the bones. No, it doesn't move it or anything. So no, I'm not going to be able to up throw it into the left side column or anything, I don't think. I mean, you know, POW plus P might be able to lift it, but then the POW would land and then destroy the bones, so that would not be it. Maybe something like a head bump interaction, though. So I don't know if the bones are really movable. I think the best solution probably is still to get it suspended in the air somehow while I activate the POW. Still think that looks most plausible. Anyway, let's do this. Hold left. We'll take damage again too. Make sure we can get back to the P. Okay, so now we're back into the spot that we were in when we were previously activating the POW. Except for the on-off switch, of course. One thing that occurs to me is that it may be possible to refresh this POW by chucking it off screen from the ceiling. Such that, okay, let's move the bones over and we're going to jump up with the POW. And I'll show you what that looks like. Because then you can reposition the POW back to the pipe where it spawns. I don't know if that's going to be relevant to very much, but let's see if this move is a valid move. And it... Oops. God. We'll bridge it first, because I do want to preserve all items while I do this. Okay, so let's switch out of here for a moment. We know how to get the flower at this point. We have a way to do it, so not too concerned about it. So the idea is, what if we just toss it off the edge here? Oh, no, that still makes contact because it does count as the wall. However, on-off switch can destroy the POW. If you want to reset the POW, what you do is you do a P plus POW stack in a spot like this one, or you stack it on the top left, and then you do an on-off toggle. If you destroy the POW, then... like, if you delete the POW without detonating it... Is that detonated? I didn't think it did. Then what you can do is you can respawn it on the top right with no problems. And I might need to do that. Might just need to do that. Now, I don't think there's a way to smuggle the P-switch onto the top right, otherwise that would... Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do it. But... Well, let's play around with some interactions just to see what we are allowed to do. Yeah, I'm glad you noticed that I was misreading the jump distance here by 1 tile. Not that it has affected our solution so far, but... You can up throw and lift the dry bones only if there's a space of air. As in below it or above it? Ah, I see what you mean. That if you're not directly making contact with it from below, right? Then it's not bouncing underneath like that. If you're up throwing from underneath the donut block, perhaps. Because, yes. So maybe that is it. Maybe we did see that correctly and just gave up on that too quickly. Yeah, because I thought that was possible. I thought we had used that in some other puzzle before, and so it was kind of surprising to see the P just not bounce out the way it did. But anyway. Well, in that case, that does resolve a significant problem. Because I was thinking, the way this is set up, it's definitely encouraging you to build the bridge and lead the dry bones across. But then if we were able to jump up here just with the POW, then why would we need to build a bridge? Well, the main reason would be to see if you can get the dry bones through this column, right? And if we can do that, then we're in much better shape. Let's go back to try that solution. Yeah, we might have been stuck here for quite a bit longer if we had just given up on that, but... Now, the thing to watch out for is... Whoops. Whoops. Okay. No, I messed up. I forgot to hit the on-off as well. Is that we do need to expend one P-switch to get the dry bones across, which means at that point we will need to be small in order to retrieve a second P-switch. And actually, that's... going to be tricky as well, I think, because we need to activate a P-switch to get into the bottom left. And if we activate a P-switch to get into the bottom left, then what tool do we have for the up throw? That would be tricky. Yeah, I see a potential problem with this approach. We'll get to it and see how big a problem it is, so we're not just doing it in theory, but in order to get into a position where you could up throw the dry bones through the left column, you would need to activate a P-switch first in order to get down there in the first place. I think. That's what I'm seeing, but could be wrong. Anyway, let's try to go upstairs. Oops, no. Let's do it again. Yeah, I see a potential logical problem with it. But I do agree that the bridge building looks like it's going to be relevant. I wonder if an up throw with the POW under the dry bones No, that would just kill it. That would just kill it. Alright, let's do this quickly. Oh, whoops. Terrible timing on that jump. Let's try it again. And around. And we'll take damage. Whoops. Yeah, the bridge building idea seems too useful to not be a part of the solution. I feel like it's going to be critical at some point, so just a question of whether you're using it for a long escort or... No. Terrible timing. Really have to try this again. Okay, let's lead it. Then, same as usual with the P-switch. Nope. It's surprisingly difficult to position that safely. You know what? I might just P-jump it as is. Why don't I just do that? No, it doesn't quite do it. That's okay. We'll jump to bones. Yeah, we really have to not die to the bones so much so we can actually try a solution. Yes, ID. I have the maker ID, and then look for Mr. Bones Dichotomy Puzzle. Let me post a maker ID in chat. Or I guess I could just exit this. But okay, let's try it again. And yeah, enjoy. Okay, let's try this. Nope. Even just the most basic jump. Flipping it like crazy. That's okay. Let's figure this out. I'm thinking about what we can do with the bomb activation and whether it's kind of a faulty assumption to find that it's going to be, you know, Fire Flower on the bomb and then 2 points of damage. I feel like it has to be the case, but sometimes we can miss something very obvious. Finally, okay. Let's get back down. And then toggle the on-off. Fish out a P. Let's get the key first before anything happens. Because we just don't know when that opportunity will occur. Ah! Semi-solid here. On this middle tile. That looks promising. Because it looks like it's kind of set up for multiple throws. Again, the problem is... how do we get down there with the P-switch? But let's build the bridge first and then try to resolve the problem from that point. Build the bridge. Let's toggle the switch too. Going to P-switch pipe to revive the bone guy, really? Wow, how did I not even check that? Oh, okay, so it's not a total lock. I'm kind of in the middle of this stage right now. So okay, you know what? No, I can just grab the POW. Because if I just grab the POW, let's see if this is an item reset or if it's... Okay, resurrect the bones, and then it keeps the POW. It's obviously vine blocks inside question blocks, so it resets to blocks as well if you detonate. So you would still need to redo the puzzle from this stage. Notice that the spawn position of the bones is on the right side once the center block has been broken. So I don't think the reset pipe changes anything with the solution, it just kind of eliminates one inconvenience. But well spotted with that. I didn't even try it. And oh, notice the blaster. That if you... Yeah, there's some kind of D-cheese that's happening here where the blaster closes off the left side if you resurrect the bones. That... Yes, because it's spawn blocked by the ice block, so... If the level is supposed to be completable from this state, that tells me that sending the bones up may not be the right idea, and also relying on being able to access the Fire Flower in the off state may also not be the right idea. That's kind of strange to me, though, that you would have the blaster block things this way. Because we were using that column for so many purposes, right? Because that was my access to the Fire Flower while off. And if we lose access to that, that's actually a big hit to what we're allowed to do. Because it basically allowed me to retain the off state for the rest of the level and not worry about it. So I feel like we might need to... Whoops, that wasn't intentional, but... Maybe that's a clue to how... If you're expected to still be able to complete the level with the blaster coming in there, then maybe we shouldn't be depending on it quite so much. In terms of, you know... I kind of see a problem with being able to do the whole thing with raising the bones anyway, though, which is that we need an activated P-switch to go down either this way or go down the middle with the donut block. Either one of those removes your ability to up throw using the P-switch, because you only get one P-switch. Oh, whoops, broke it too soon. Hang on. So I don't see the resets bottom right as being that helpful right now, apart from maybe constraining the solution space that I should be looking at. Alright, let's head down. Then let's step on this. We'll just wait for the next cycle. Oh yeah, I was saying much earlier that we can attempt to do some stacking to reset the POW position. Let me just make sure this works, actually. Yeah, if you just delete the POW, then you can reset it. Which means you can also do that with the switch in the top left as well. So at any point, if we need to move the POW back into the top right, we can do that. We have a way. And we would have to do that at some point, potentially, if we need the POW to be accessible for the door entry. So if we have a POW that's stuck down here for some reason, we can still activate it. That's probably the best way to move the POW, in fact, because it's Otherwise, it's going to be a bit tricky. You would have to activate a P-switch and jump and everything. So at least we have that sorted out. Okay, let's grab this. Let's go for the key. Just try to get back into an earlier and useful state. Okay, so flower is accessible. Let's take damage and grab the P. Move to the off state. Now, if the bones are on the left side trapped by the one-way panel, it is possible to jump on them. But just not while keeping a P-switch. Yeah, I'm thinking that sending the bones up the left side column isn't going to work. Because I just don't know how you do it with them. I don't know how you would get the P-switch in position to do it. Because as soon as you open that gate, you just have no P-switch available. I think we need to go back to one of our older ideas here. First of all, let's grab the flower. Since we are able to. And then let's see if we can play around with the bridging mechanism here in terms of trying to get the bones to do a drop down to the lower level. I feel like they would have to be deactivated to do that. Like if you have them on the bridge. Let's try to build this a little more cleanly here. Oh yeah, there's a bit of a problem here, which is that I can't go through anymore. Whoops. Yeah, whoops, I accidentally blocked myself out. Let's see it again. Lead him over. Yeah, the problem that I see with trying to do the bridge removal strategy is that you can't really stand in the right place, I guess. Try it. Well, it's tricky. Doesn't seem very reliable. Let's say he's kind of in the middle here, and then, yeah. Nope. Nope. Going to lose a lot of attempts here to the bones, as we've been doing repeatedly. But yeah, we need to think about the parts that I haven't used yet. I haven't really used the kind of right to left motion over the top. That seems possible. Maybe if I have invincibility frames and then I run over to the bomb while small, I would need to figure out how to set that up. Basically, you take damage. I feel like the invincibility frames aren't going to last long enough for me to do that. But the idea would be that you take damage down here, you jump up, you run over the bomb, and then you, while the bomb has been lowered by 1 tile due to POW, and then you take damage. Or rather, you just kind of run through it while you're small. I think that's too long a distance to cover, though. I really doubt I can do that. Whoops. Hang on. But you would have to do it with the P-switch still active. And then, rather than activating the bomb with a flower, under this strategy you would... well, let's see. Yeah, we have to, like, I don't think a timing works for that at all, but I'll try to explain what I mean when I get to a position where I can do it. Yeah, not nearly enough invincibility frames. Make it happen. The idea is that you would start off in a mushroom state, then you hit the P-switch, then you take damage from the bones on the way up to the bomb, and you just run through the bomb. I don't think it works. Because you just have to cover too much time when you go up to the vine and then back down. While activating a POW as well. It's a lot to do. Okay. Try this again. Nope, hang on. Need the P-switch. I'm definitely thinking about what happens if we... try to, what happens if we... try to push with the P-switch? No, it just kind of walls it off. But what if it's in a single column? If the dry bones is in a single column, I think the P-switch just overlaps it. But we'll see. But what if you stomp on it while stomping on the P-switch? Like if it's tucked on top of a P-switch in a single column. And then activate the POW while it's falling? I don't know. Seems awfully specific. That's right, we'll try to figure out something. Because what if it's, say, stepping on top of a P-switch on the left side over here by the one-way panel? You step on top of the bones and you try to drop it out while also throwing the POW. That seems very timing sensitive. I don't really like the idea. Okay. Oop. Grab this and this. Oh, nope. Failed to get the cling because we do need to dash slightly. That's alright, these things take time. Okay, let's toggle. At the P. Just get to the point of having the key. At the very least. Whoop. Now with the key out of the way, then we can focus on other elements of the problem. Yeah, I'm going to try to bridge again. But to do the bridge, we have to be pretty careful about the placement here. Notice how you can use the P to slide the POW like this. I wonder if you can do something similar with the bones. You see how you can kind of nudge it on the bridge and push it like that. I wonder if you can do something similar with this. No, I don't think you can try it with a soft drop and a POW. I think the POW would just kill it. Makes contact. This could be useful. Let's get the bridge up first, though. Actually, no. Let's get Fire Flower plus off state first, then we have a bit of a margin of error. Actually, no, I'm going to rethink this, because the thing is, if you're tall with the Fire Flower, it's a bit of a pain to build the bridge, as we saw previously. The likelihood of getting hit is quite high. Okay, so now we drop like this, we drop like this. Cross. And then we... whoa, that was close. Drop like that. Now what we're going to do is... yeah, I feel like a soft drop on a POW just kills it, which is not good. But the interesting thing is that if you place the dry bones, if you force the dry bones into the left side slot, then it stops walking. If it stops walking, then you maximize the distance that is available for the bone throw. And maybe that is what we need to do. Maybe. That if you can't up throw it out of the bottom left location, you can at least trap it in such a way that the bones go a very long distance. In fact, we can try something like that. Let's... drop the P just over on the left side. Walk it across and stop... oh, well. Alright, fine. No, we need the flower first. Do this. Because if you trap the bones, that might still be beneficial, even if you do the kill. And then maybe the whole idea of taking 2 points of damage with the bones is possible. Okay. Let's jump it when it's on the P. That's deeply annoying. But I want to send it down, and the way to send it down is to jump on it, I think, while it's on top of the P. Then we can just hit another P to release it to the left side, so it can go through the one-way panel. Fine, whatever. If we activate another P at some point, we'll get the flower. I'm not going to fuss about it right now. Oh, no, and now I trapped myself because it... Okay. But I think if we tuck it in the left side, you maximize the distance that the bone travels. And you get it in a consistent position. So you don't have to depend on the timing of the bones walking back and forth. Just the question after that is whether the timing actually makes any sense. Because you only really get one shot at that when you activate the POW. Once you activate the POW, the bones will just die. And either you get on field for that or you don't, right? Like if you, for example, have a fire flower from a P jump, you come down here, shoot fire, go back down, try to hit multiple bones on the field. I wonder if it would be able to do that in a controlled direction. But let's see. Indeed, if you lower it on a donut block and get it to walk all the way back in the bottom left area, you might get a much larger valid area for taking damage. But it's going to walk back and forth either way and toss the bones at either side, so I feel like getting 2 bones out on the field is probably somewhat unlikely. Anyway, let's get back into the practical work of actually playing the level. Instead of staring at it or missing jumps. Go on. Yeah, there's a lot of time lost execution on this level, but we'll try to deal with it. The donut block does seem significant, but we'll have to think about that. But yeah, the whole thing with the blaster on the left side really does make me think, though, that we're focusing too much on what you can do on the left. As I was saying before, but let's get back up here and try not to die to bones while we make these jumps. Let's just grab the key quickly. And take damage for the sake of getting the P-switch. Because it occurs to me here that if you're able to take damage on the left side, you can, in fact, drop the donut block and drop the dry bones all the way to the left side of the level. You know, into the bottom left corner. And maybe constrain its position further somehow. Also wonder if we want the POW block here, or if we... Yeah, because if we plan to activate the POW block while we're standing on the top right... everything's going to look pretty time sensitive. Then we do want to delete the POW and move it back to the pipe. Before we do that, let's grab the flower, since that's going to be a strict improvement. And let's try to move the bones without locking ourselves this time. Oh, no. That's okay, we'll just take damage and do this again. Yeah, I do like this whole movement of being able to nudge things with the P when it's one tile below that. I just don't know how it's useful yet. Okay. Let's not lose everything this time. Not jump out until we've moved the POW so it doesn't get obstructed. Okay, let's say we drop it now. Good. And then we trap it. Notice that we get a pretty lengthy distance now with POW activation, potentially. But also notice that the way the bones are crossing the screen, you're only really going to be able to hit one of them. You get 2 consecutive throws in the same direction when you look at the walking pattern. I think you actually do need to get the bones all the way to the bottom then, because you can do 2 consecutive throws, but then I wonder. Because I can't get the P-switch underneath the bones in its current position. But I can drop it with the donut block so it goes all the way to the left. When it goes all the way to the left, it's still going to walk quite a bit. I can't really get 2 points off of it, I don't think. At least not very reliably. Because it is going to alternate directions. It's just that we get 2 consecutive throws in this direction right now because it's conveniently trapped in one tile and has a very regular walking pattern. We can potentially use an object to try to trap it, but the only object that would be available is a POW itself, which isn't going to help. So I'm still thinking about the strategy of, you know, using the Fire Flower against a bomb once. So it would have to go POW, Fire Flower, damage. That's going to be a little rough because we would, after a P-switch activation, still need a way to get back up. But well, we can get back up anytime we want now with more P-switches. That's not an issue. Because we can always P-jump it. And indeed... Can't I just jump it? Yeah, you can just jump it, in fact. But I don't think I have time to, you know, come back down, get hit by the bones, and get hit by a bomb. Because that's what we would potentially be looking at is, you know, POW, hit the bones. Sorry, hit the bomb with a Fire Flower, come down, hit the bones. And the second point of damage at that point would have to come from bomb detonation, which I don't think we can get back to in time. Or you can do the bomb detonation first, but then immediately after POW... Well, if you think that you can do with one bone, let's say, then it's actually okay to drop it all the way to the left with a donut block. I'm gonna try to do this, in fact. Okay. Because if it's firing all the way from the left, we're going to run out of time for this. Yeah, you have to hit the P-switch, carry the power, you can't climb the vine. Whoop. No, you actually do need to delete and move the power, I think. But the idea would be that you take damage from the bomb detonation and still make it... I don't like that because of the P timing. The idea is that you take damage from the bomb detonation. You can still run around the top, though. You don't need to wait for the P-switch. You take damage from the bomb detonation, run around, and still manage to catch a bone as it's going over. Might even have been better to let the dry bones walk over to the right side rather than the left, but we're going to have to redo this. But this way you basically maximize the time that you have available to try to catch a bone. So I kind of like this approach. It's just a matter of thinking, you know, do I have enough time to take damage off a bomb and get all the way back down? It's going to be one very time-sensitive motion, and we have to retry the whole puzzle if it doesn't work. Alright, let's do it this way. And now to see if the timing is anywhere even close to functional. And it's very dependent on the dry bones positioning as well. We're going to have to wait for it to walk back and forth until it's throwing the way I want. Which I find a little dubious. Let's try to do it. Let's take care of the key first, since we need to do that anyway. And of course, you miss something really critical like the P-jump. Whoops, no, hang on. That's okay, we can do this again. Okay, that's fine. Let's take damage, grab the P. Get the bridging mechanism ready. Whoop. Okay, now we try to drop without causing problems. It's actually better to drop the P first, actually, in case you run into issues like this. That's okay. We also wanted the on-off to be toggled. Maybe it's safer to get the fire flower first, but... Okay, we'll stand here. Halfway over. I just moved the POW. Wondering if bouncing the P on top of it is ever going to be useful. Oh, yeah, this is... Okay, no, that's okay. We'll just jump on top of it and proceed from there. Just not die first. Then, yeah, we lower it. Then it walks. Lower it again. All in one smooth motion, in fact. Okay, now here's one moment of truth among many. Let's try to delete the POW. To do that, we need to put it on top of this block here. Yeah. Okay, here we go. That, 2 quick projectiles that way. Yeah, we basically need a timing where we can't depend on the P-switch. We would need a timing where we have bones available and chase by going up to the left, and a donut block on the left is going to be an issue, I think. Like, even if we lower it in advance or something, I don't think we'll be able to do much with that. Just respawn quickly. But we can kind of map out the timing that we need. Maybe. I think what we're going to do is we're going to use the first P to reposition the POW up top, so we have quick access to it and minimize this run as much as possible, because then the idea is that we hit the POW, we fire at the bomb, and then we still have room to drop down with the P-switch. But we need to hit a very specific timing for that while the bones are already being thrown. Actually, maybe not, because, again, we need to hit 2 bones. And to do that, you would need the bones to be hitting a pretty specific timing. I actually feel like I need to take a POW down and manipulate its positioning, such that you actually do get 2 bone throws in the same direction. Because right now we're not getting it with the bones current pattern, I think. We, oh, well, like, just as I said that, it does it. But we basically need 2 bones on the field, and I don't even know if we can really chase that. Like, if you take damage on a bomb, then do we still have enough time to come down and hit a P? Well, we'll have to try it. There's no other way to do it. Oh. You hit the bones? Nope. Here's the problem, is that we definitely can't hit both bomb damage and the bone damage. If you have 2 bones on the field, yes. If you have 2 bones on the field, no, because, like, you know, that one was thrown and in the time it took to get down here. We theoretically could have hit it if we didn't stumble, but... What might be possible is if we can find a way to just raise the bones by 1 tile. I don't see it. The other thing we can do is maybe make sure we hit the bones before they go all the way into this slot. And then, no, because you need to activate a P-switch to do that, you still can't take a P-switch across with you to the bottom left. That's the fundamental problem here, is that you can't actually do much. I mean, it looks so much like this is set up to allow you to do a series of up throws of a P. But In which case you could have the bone throw up top here in this position. That would be ideal, but until we have some kind of object that would take you there, I don't see how that's going to happen. We might have to take a hiatus from this one and come back to it with a clear head, but which is sometimes necessary. Because it seems like, you know, getting the bones into the bottom left corner is just a little too unreliable. What we want to do, because the timing is not predictable enough. Tucking into the one-way panel might work. Because at least it's going to be throwing from a reliable position. But the problem is that you would essentially need to take damage, like come down, take damage off a bone, and then go up and take damage off a bomb, all in the same cycle. I find that very doubtful. We should see if the invincibility frame idea might work, where we have enough invincibility frames to basically run into the bomb instead of lighting it up. I feel like that's still worth considering, although I was really doubtful that the timing would work. We could even test it. Oh, we forgot to hit the switch. Okay, we'll do it again. But if we get up into the flower state, then we can test and just see what kind of distance we're dealing with. Hang on. We have to get back to that state first, of course. Nope. Hang on. Okay. Let's try it again. Nope. Bone throw is just supremely annoying, even if it is going to be a central mechanic in this puzzle, as I suspect it will be. Maybe there's something we don't know about another state that the bones can be in that would make it immune to the POW. If, for example... I see. If we can do a remote activation of the POW while the bones are way out of range. How would we do that? Given that the only source of that would be the POW that is activated on the right side. So the idea I have is, you see the POW block that is on the right side. We don't really even know what that POW block is for. I guess POW block just kind of guarantees that the board is completely clear at that point, so you can't have any kind of additional cheese with the bones still left alive for damage. So, like, it basically guarantees that the bones will be cleared from the board, I guess. I'm thinking that, you know, if you had a remote POW activation that is not activated by Mario, then it's got a limited range. That's a very common puzzle mechanic nowadays. And if you're able to tuck the bones into the bottom left of the playing field, then it might actually be possible to do a POW detonation somewhere, if we can see any way to set it up, that does not hit the bones. I don't see how to set it up, though, because the only damage source would be the bomb, and the only detonation source would be the question blocks. So I don't know how that would work, but basically if we have a way to activate the POW in a way that isn't Mario throwing or hitting it, that would be one potential avenue. I don't really think it's going to happen though, because logically you would think that the way to do it would be to use the POW that is on top of the question block, but I think that's just to ensure that the dry bones is cleared, because until you use one POW, you don't actually have access to the bomb. I don't think you do anyway. I mean, given its position on the one-way panel, it's a little difficult to tell with the way it just kind of seems to clip through, but... And regardless, that wouldn't give you the 2-tile detonation range that you need in order to demolish both question blocks. So the bomb has to go down one step, and the bomb can only go down one step with the use of a POW. Alright, let's try to fix some of this. So we've been burning so much time just looking at this. Oh, switch. I wonder if there's any reason to believe that I might be getting the flower too early. If there's any use in trying to preserve the ice blocks longer, or the small state longer? I don't think so, though. But I wonder... Yeah, we'll see. I also wonder if it's possible to find some way to crush the stumps, but I don't see it. I don't think we have that available to us in this level. Or a way to displace the bomb. Well. We'll see. Let's build a bridge first. We're still going with that. No, actually, what we'll do is we'll test out the thing I was talking about earlier, which is how many damage frames do we have heading up towards the bomb. Basically, we want to see how much invincibility we get when we have a P-switch available, and we just kind of take the damage. It might be possible, actually. Let's... Hang on. It's a bit of a long run, but... the idea is that you take damage. It might even be better to keep POW here, just to... No, because you'd basically have to take damage from the bones and then use the POW almost immediately in order to lower the bomb such that you'd be able to run towards it. I don't think that time is going to work at all, but also because at that point you would have to be small, probably. Hang on, let's just hit this quickly to see, because then, yeah, I think the timing is just slightly too short. Because the idea is that you want to run here while you have invincibility frames as Small Mario, so you can just run through the bomb while it has been lowered. I think it's slightly too slow. It might be worth trying. It's right on the boundary, basically, in terms of the time that you need. To the point where I don't think it's a solution. I think it's too tight to be realistic. But We will see. And it also doesn't really use the central bridging mechanic, which... I mean, there's no way it's the intended solution. I just wonder if it is a solution. And of course, you know, if you blow the timing, then you just lose the entire attempt because you just died to the bomb from the collision. Merlin, welcome. I've been doing all right. And let's see. And yeah, we were gone for a couple of weeks unexpectedly, but things are back in order. Okay, here we go. Been mostly catching up on puzzles in the past week and a bit. Let's go down. And yes, Merlin, I do have in mind at some point that I need to schedule in your Super World. I was going to do that in November, but then we kind of lost all of November. And we're mostly going to be pivoting to Maker 1 starting in January, so we'll have to figure out how to make it work. But yeah, I think the damage boost strategy is terrible and it's not going to be the way at all, but we will try to verify this. And yeah, Merlin, there's no expectation that you'll be able to consistently catch my crazy schedule. You'd have to see some of it on VOD. Probably, even if we do run it, but I keep everything when it comes to Maker videos, so even if you can't interact live, it's not a big deal. Although that's obviously preferred. Yeah, let's take damage here so we can grab the P and do this. But yeah, we'll constrain this somehow. Definitely need to hit the P switch before anything happens with this method. Just keep him in position. Oh, I actually do need to be at least... No, I do need to be Super Mario to do this. Hang on. Let's not lose focus here. So the strategy I'm going for, which I think I should practice because it's going to be a very sensitive timing, is to hit the P switch and then take damage and then go. Just as this guy's walking over, basically. Maybe even just walk over to P switch might be preferable. Nope. Hang on. Not like that. But we basically want to take a hit and then run over to the bomb with POW activation. It's going to be tricky. I have to do it while in Super Mario form. Basically holding the POW, pretend do that, jump over, and then invisibility frames and go over it. No, it's not going to work. No way. We can try an attempt on it just to see how close it is, but I think it's not going to work at all. Oh, nope, we just missed it completely. That's fine. If we miss it completely, we can always reset the attempt. But I actually don't have much faith in this solution. If, however, we can raise this somehow, something that maybe, you know, dropping the bones, like Nope, doesn't work. I want to drop them directly on top of the P, then hit the P, and then grab the POW to detonate it while the bones are dropping, basically. That was one of the very early ideas we had that might still have some validity to it. We would need the fire flower for this method, though. Probably. Yeah, the damage boost method is obviously junk. It's not going to work. And the spacing, I think, specifically tries to discourage that. What's that going to do? Yeah, whoops. We're going to try to get the dry bones to stop on top of the P. And then we can get it to drop through the center by stomping on it. Then we'll... Hang on. Come on. We can activate the POW at the same time. I feel like with that one tile gap, though, that's not going to happen. I have any plans for the weekend? Yeah, we've got 8MMC coming. 8th Mario Maker Celebration. It's smaller this year. It's just 1 week of a big release. But a lot of old friends in there, of course. All right, let's try to jump on the bones. You know, if I can strain the positioning of the bones while they're here. Yeah, actually, it's falling, and if it's in a falling position, then you can totally try to whack it. But look at that, it's on top of the P at this point. That's perhaps even more convenient, except, of course, now we can't get to the bomb. But it's possible to drop the bones. It's just that you have a very narrow window in which you can detonate the POW, and I feel like, you know, if you're doing a POW throw, that's not really going to happen, unless you do it like an up throw here. Like where you jump on it, you jump on a P and immediately up throw. Grooming it onto P, yes, very much so. This also does not feel like the intended solution, but we'll try to make do with it. I feel like the intended solution does have to do with the bridge building, but we've been trying a lot of things in this level over the course of about an hour and a half, I think. The central problem is that after we activate the bomb with a fire flower, we need to take 2 points of damage. And there's actually still a problem with this, even if you do... Yeah, actually, there's still a problem with this method, which is that you can't really leave the dry bones alive. Because if the dry bones drops to the ground, even if you successfully do the maneuver that I'm thinking of, the POW that is activated by the bomb is going to destroy it. In fact, that's the whole purpose of the POW that is activated by the bomb, and we talked about that much earlier, is to make sure the dry bones are completely clear, so you can't just continue to take damage past that point. So however, if the dry bones are way out of range of the POW, like if they're dropping over into donut block, for instance, if they're dropping into donut block, that's it. No, because while they're on the donut block, it still counts as... Okay, no, because while they're dropping on a donut block, I think it still counts as ground. And it would still die to the POW, because the idea is that you would try to have a remote POW activation. Yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. But no. Basically, if the bones are all the way in the bottom left corner, then the second detonation of the bomb should leave it alive. Because it'll be way out of range. Yeah, I'm not Bowser. No worries about not finding a solution. Game audio is gone. Thank you for letting me know, Luca. I don't know how long it's been down, but it was fine earlier. Let me fix it quickly. And hopefully it doesn't just destroy my entire setup here. We'll be back in a moment. Audio should be back. Yeah, I guess it's been down for the past 10 minutes or so at least. I didn't notice. But thanks for letting me know. Just tells me how many of you are actually asleep. Anyway, let's get back over here. So, the idea that I have is that if you can do the first POW detonation while the bones are in a falling state, and if they're on top of the donut block, I don't know if that counts as a falling state. Because they're still on top of a surface, right? But if the dry bones are falling, and you activate a POW at that point, then the second POW detonation from the bomb later on is going to be out of range. Because it's on the opposite corner of the level, and it's definitely far enough away, I think. So let's try this. I don't actually know what's going to happen with the donut block interaction. So the idea is that you let the bones in the bone form drop onto donut block, and while they're in the falling state, you try to activate a POW. I kind of think it's not going to work. I think it's going to die, but this other donut block is also very suspicious. This placement. But we'll try something. Basically, I need the dry bones to be in like a mid-air state or something when we do finally have the POW activation. Yeah. We might not stay on this one too long. So we are kind of spinning our wheels on it, but I will try to get it done. So we know how to get the bones to the left side already. That's a solved problem. So the idea is that you take damage over it, you drop it on the donut block, and then perhaps at that point, if you're able to do a POW activation, maybe you can keep it alive in a falling state. But I think it's going to die to that, though. I am not 100% on this either way because I've been away from puzzles for so long. But the idea will be... And also because this is discouraged by the structure of the dry bones respawn, which is that when you respawn, a spawn blocked blaster actually blocks the left column, which is a sign that this may not be the solution. Let's get a fire flower first, and let's rebuild the bridge and send it to the left. But that's one way I can think of to avoid the detonation issue of the bomb, because no matter what, you're going to have to take damage after the bomb detonation occurs. And you need to take 2 points of damage from fire flower. And the only way that's going to happen is if you figure out how to keep the bones alive. I think keeping the bones alive is absolutely necessary. Originally we were considering, oh, what if you used a POW to hit the bones and then touch one of the bones that is being thrown, but I think that's much too timing sensitive. end. And I don't find it very plausible, no. Nope, my mistake. Let's do it again. Better to make that mistake with the P than with the POW. Well, otherwise we'd just have to take damage back to Small Mario and try it that way. Anyway, we need to have at least an attempt to see if this interaction will work at all. Oh, come on. It's very hard to let go of the bridge building idea. I just think it plays so well into the spirit of the puzzle that it's very hard to ignore it. Whoops, nope. And then, yeah, this attempt is dead. Let's just try it again. We can, of course, get out of that situation by taking damage and being small again, but with 58 seconds to go, that would not be a good use of time. So let's just not burn so much time talking about the early part. Let's just go back to it. Okay. In fact, if you P jump to right side, you can just get the bones to start on the left right away. But I'd rather do it this way. It's a little more reliable. Within reason. Then go for the key first. Stand here for a while. Then take damage, switch back to off, and grab the P. And we'll try to do the whole escort sequence. Oh, no. What a slip. We have died so much to the bones here. Of course, of attempting to solve this. Half the challenge is just remembering what I was trying to do when I did something silly much earlier than expected. Nope, missed. I'm gonna miss the P switch. It's just not. Nope. This guy. I should just stomp him preemptively first so he respawns. And when they respawn, they don't throw right away, right? So. Okay, let's wrap around here. And Merlin going to a Christmas market. I hear those are wonderful in your country. So, do have a great time. And let's see here. We will retain that. No, we need to be on stage, and then we'll grab the P out of here. We'll grab the flower out of that. And we'll wait. Then we'll take damage again just to get the P going, and we'll build the bridge. We'll grab the fire flower and then build the bridge. We can stay in the off state for as long as possible. We still haven't tried the interaction I wanted to try, which is... Whoops. No, that's okay. I don't care. We can always grab the flower again, as long as we're still able to take a point of damage. We do need to take at least 1 point of damage, I think, in order to complete the thing I want to do here. Let's be a little bit more careful about positioning this time. Okay, good. That should build it. And then, oh, no, I lost a POW now. That doesn't work. Shouldn't have jumped it without evacuating the POW first. Because, of course, we lose access to it if it is trapped in that position. I bet that if you looked at the death markers in this level, you just have a line going across the center where the half of the bones are. Okay. This way. Please stand here. Then we will up cleanly for once. On over here. Up over here. Then we'll go over to key. I mean, the fact that the bone reset blocks this off does make me wonder. Because being able to not worry about the on-off state anymore after opening up access to the flower via the P-switch seems almost too convenient, but we're not going to complain too much about that. We should actually, you know, maybe kill the bones while we're trying to build a bridge. That would be a more sensible thing to do. But let's go for the flower first. Just to give myself a bit of safety. And yeah, Merlin, you have a great day. We will see you around. I have to put the Christmas market first. Alright, let's jump on him and take damage anyway, because we're so incredibly careless. Then we evacuate the POW out of here before we toss the P-switch onto the left side. And then, well, that's okay, we can get another one. In fact, let's just go get the flower right now. Then we toss the P to the left. Just stomp the bones over here. Drop them this way. Then we get the P, and then we're going to try to see what happens when we use the POW on a falling donut block, which I really don't think this will actually work, but we'll see. We'll see. No, no. Completely missed. Well, that blew that attempt, so that doesn't work. Yeah, we're trying to bop the bones there, but while we were sitting on top. I had done that successfully previously, but let's see now. I mean, yeah, now it's just going to be a screen clear with the POW, so that isn't going to work. It's past this point. Alright, we didn't really even get to try the thing I wanted to try, so... Because I wanted to jump on top of the bones there, and have a disabled dry bones on top of the donut block and activate the POW that way. I think it still kills it, but I have to check. There's some property of when a dry bones would be immune and detected in a falling state that I've been unable to recreate. But which we obviously need to do. I've tried dropping it through the center here as well, and the thing is, like, it seems possible, but at the same time, very difficult to execute. Because I can't always tell if it's going to be accurately lodged on top of the P. Oh, whoops. Okay, yeah, coming down here is fine too, I guess. And yeah, no, the problem with dropping it through the center is that it's still likely to be in POW range when the bomb goes off. Which is why we need to tuck the dry bones into the bottom left for sure. It absolutely has to be in the bottom left at the time that the bomb goes off, or this just won't work. That's why I ruled out the other idea of the central drop. Okay. Damage. Come on. Activates. Grab the flower. Step that I think isn't... yeah, it's kind of required, I guess, because we... are doing what we are. Okay, let's build the bridge. By moving both into position first. Well, let's not forget to lift the POW from the bridge once we have it organized the way we like. So we lift the POW out of the bridge, then we toss the P to the left. Okay. Get out. It's okay to step on the P because we can get another one. It's leaving the POW in the middle that causes problems. So we should have just, you know, swapped it over to our left side or something. That would have been much simpler and easier. Nope, missed. That's okay, we'll just continue constraining it this way. Make it walk, make it sweat. So I expect this will not work, but... hang on. Okay, let's lower it again. If I... well, let's see what happens. We're going to activate the P switch. We're going to try to jump bones. No, that doesn't work. And now we actually have a bit of a huge problem on my hands, which is that we killed it. Here's the thing. I previously was able to jump onto it by taking damage, being small, and jumping on it. Problem with that is that if we do that, we're not holding the POW. But if I place the POW here... Yeah, that's too finicky. I really feel like it's not going to be a solution. But I really do feel like getting the bones out of range is absolutely critical. And somehow getting the bones to walk way out of the way should be the approach we're taking here. Of course, if we can figure out how to get the bones onto the top right, then that might have some potential as well, but like maybe if it's in bone form and you do some kind of up throw sequence with it. I actually wonder. Bone form and up throw. Nope, go straight through. That was worth checking though. That was well worth checking. Yeah, and there's the collision, of course, when it is not in bone form. But, look at that. That seems important. That seems really important that we're able to do it from this position. And probably able to do it on either direction. Because what if... Well, if we're able to do this, and deflect it this way... What other position can we do that in that would... manage to take advantage of that? Because... if, for example, we put it on a P and then swap it over to a POW, and then continue bridging it across to a location that would eventually allow me to lift it up somewhere. Seems incredibly complicated to do it that way. Confirming that you can do the up throw here is important. It's just that it might not be very useful simply because you would need a P-switch active in the first place in order to get it through the gap. And you definitely couldn't do it with the POW, because the POW would just make contact. But, you know, this little bit here, deflect it pretty far, actually. And in fact, a P throw underneath it would get it to go quite a ways as well. Actually, watch this. If you do this, and ride it over this way, I feel like it's possible to potentially project it over to a fairly distant location. That would then get it out of the way. Now, it wouldn't get it over to the slot onto the left, but it might be the case that we figure out the first POW activation and still have the bones come back to life and walk over to the left and then drop into the bottom corner, instead of trying to do it on top of the donut block. So for example, if we manage to deflect the bones on an object over here, let's say, and then drop it out from that point. Like we... Nope, we can't quite do that. Or that. But if you have a bit of a gap, like... you are underneath. We managed that earlier. Yeah, okay, we can't do it anymore for some reason, but... That's alright, we shouldn't depend too much on that, then that's a little too finicky. Alright, let's cycle back around. We still haven't had a clean attempt on trying to POW it while it's on the donut block either. Although, like I said, even on a falling donut block, I think it's likely to stay alive, but we haven't confirmed that 100%, which I'd very much like to do. In which case, let's figure out where we were. Let's drop the POW. Grab this. Grab the key. I don't think this sequence here is necessarily preventing me from doing anything critical later. It feels like a fairly safe first step at this point. But yeah, we're just trying to get the bones into the bottom left corner. But with one POW spent sometime in between, so we can lower the bomb by one block. I mean, when I have objects make contact with each other, like if a contact that's thrown towards the POW, that still counts as a player activation, I'm pretty sure. And so that would still be a global POW detonation. It's just when... I think so, anyway. I'd be really surprised if it weren't the case. And how long we've been playing this game and learning things like that. Okay, let's go over. And then, oh sure, we can grab that. We actually really should have hit the P and gone for the flower first. Let's do that. Before disasters happen, and then... Oh, okay, no, we need to switch the on-off switch first, and then do this. Details, details. Okay, well, let's toggle it first. Otherwise, we could have just gone up top to grab the flower. There's no reason we couldn't have. Okay. Then, oh, no, we need to activate. Grab the flower. 100 seconds or so. I mean, this is probably not the attempt. That's okay, 1 point of damage is fine. 1 point of damage might in fact be very fine. Guy just has to pause for effect. So we're going to run into him with the POW and then we're going to step on him. And I hope that this works without a crouch jump or anything. Oh, and then I have to cycle around and lower him. No, too late, too late. And yeah, like I said, look at the kill box on this guy. We still haven't executed the thing I want to execute, which is drop him on donut block while disabled. I think it might still count as a surface, but I'm trying to remember. And at this point, we have to test it. Because we still haven't actually done it successfully, and I tend to sometimes give up on certain things too quickly when they actually are just execution errors rather than anything strategic that we might be missing. We burned way too much time in that last attempt, though, just kind of running around and being confused, but not this time. Okay, take damage, hit the on-off, and build the bridge. And we'll grab the fire flower first, just for safety. Yeah, I think I know how we might want to do this. Let's build first. Oh, no, that's a mistake. That's okay, we'll take damage. We'll fix it. Not enough time left to do it this way. No, we can't grab the flower now, obviously. We need to get the POW out of here first. Now we can do it. Very easy to confuse ourselves constantly. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try to build accurately. We get the POW out of here. Let's try to drop it to the left, maybe, and then... Oh, up this guy. Yeah, actually what we'll do... Let's get to jump on him. Nope. Do it again. Just let him throw first. Okay. Then he's come back out. We could have done it in this cycle, but we're not going to. What I'm going to do is hit the P and then drop the POW in such a way that we can drop in the bones with a crouch jump. Oh, we gotta be careful here so I don't kill it with POW by mistake, actually. We killed it with POW by mistake. Yeah, okay, that doesn't work. We actually do need to do the crouch jump. Then... Which we can't really do with the POW. Well, we did it previously, we just need to do a short bounce on him. Yeah. We're probably attempting a method that's much more execution dependent than the real solution, but that's what happens. Okay. Whoops. That's fine. Throw. Climb. Back. Okay, let's try this. As before, we've got a fairly reliable sequence to get to the key. And then it's going to be damage, toggle the on-off, grab the P. And then we'll grab the flower first. We'll make a couple of things easier, including grabbing objects at the upper level. Rotate the POW back after this interaction, and then dump that. Oh, it's okay, we'll constrain it. And drop it. I actually do think I should take a point of damage here. The reason will become clear. Because I want... Oh, okay, never mind. Problem. Just jumping on top of this guy. Yeah. We could have done it, but... You just had to throw at that precise moment. Okay. And at this point, I don't even know if the intended interaction works. I just haven't been able to attempt it after trying repeatedly to just test a little something that I'm kind of doubtful about anyway. Nope, missed. Yeah, I have my doubts about this, and I just have not been able to confirm it. Okay, let's try this. Then this is fairly straightforward. Done. Now. Oh, no. That was mistaken input. This is why the levels take so long. It's not even the solutions. It's that you lose so much time, and more critically, so much focus and attention just dealing with the little stumbles here and there. Okay, back this way. Yeah, if the thing I'm trying to do with the donut block really doesn't work out, then what we will do is we will bail on for today, but I have to at least test it. See if we have a plausible solution. Because the thing about it is that if you can get one POW activation followed by the dry bones still being alive in the bottom left corner, that is a solution path that works. Because it solves the problem of a second POW. And that's pretty much my thinking about it, is that you have to have the dry bones out of range. Or you have to have another damage source survive the POW, and we've established that it's probably not going to be from trying to outrun the bones that are on the field. yes, we can take damage here. Hit this. And then... Oh, no. Hang on. Oh, no, I messed up the order. Hang on. Fire flower first. Followed by ice. For some reason, I mentally thought I had busted the ice already. Eddie Drums, welcome. Guess what? I have no idea. But you're welcome to surprise me. Alright, let's tap that. Open up this way. And grab the flower. Back down. Water from Missouri. I mean, that would just be mostly water sourced from the Mississippi, right? If my geography is correct. Or, well, or the Missouri. That matter. Okay. Let me see about this. I don't actually know my American rivers that well, but let's try to reorient ourselves here. At this point, I wanted to build a bridge, yes. Okay. Okay, that's gonna work. Let's let it walk. Oh, no, not far enough. Hang on. This bridge is a little bit better. You made a level called that a while ago. Oh, Water from Missouri, and you have no idea why, and now you're confused by it, yeah. Maybe you were, you know, having a really tepid beer or something at a time, and you just thought to yourself, wow, this tastes like water from Missouri. That's my theory, anyway. I'm just taking a stab in the dark. Whoops. Okay, at this point, we do want to stomp the bones while it's on the P-switch. Can we drop it? And then, yeah, we'll wait for the next cycle. Try not to take damage on a bone throw, but that's always a pain. I would just walk across the P at this point. Let's let it... Nope, too high. I jump, and this mess. Total mess, total mess. Let's not accidentally tap out the power, though. Let's just try to jump it somehow. No. Can't short jump it at that point. Yeah, no, I just completely missed that. I was trying to bounce on top of it, and then... I feel like this is not a solution path, but it's so hard to see at this point. I don't even know if the bones have to be disabled, though, if it's in a falling state on Donut Block, but I have to check. I have to check. I should probably test this in a maker mode instead, but might as well do it in the live environment. Oh. No, come on. Yeah, we've been dying to this one a lot. But whatever makes the mechanic work, I suppose. Okay. Fairly generous P timer, at least, that full 10 seconds. Nope. Give ourselves a bit more running distance. Grab the key. Why don't I just build a POW tower to the door? Because you need to get there in the first place. What do you mean a POW tower to the door? Because you need to lower the bomb by one slot in order to blow everything up, and because of the one-way panel, you have to be small in order to get across. That's the problem we've been trying to solve the whole time. Is that after you blow up the bomb, you still have to take 2 points of damage. And we're trying to leave the dry bones alive long enough that it can serve as a damage source. Which is why we're doing something so convoluted. Yeah, the POWs respawn from the top right pipe. The second POW is there to clear out the bones if the bones are alive and too close. So we're trying something fairly specific here to try to activate a POW while keeping the bones alive in the bottom left corner, which is tricky, but we'll see. Yeah, okay, let's get out of here first. Yeah, because if I get the bones into the bottom left corner, then when the bomb activates the POW by blowing up the question block, the bones will actually be out of range. Because a remote detonation of the POW like that, that is triggered by the bomb rather than triggered by Mario, has a limited rectangle that it's going to hit. But the problem is when to activate the first POW, and we're trying to sort that out. And I'm thinking that it's while we drop the dry bones on a donut block, but I don't actually know if that activation will, or that interaction will work, and I haven't really been able to test it yet because we keep making mistakes. Yeah, POWs have a couple of pretty esoteric mechanics. No, there is a kind of minimum horizontal range as a thing, and you have to make sure the bones are out of that range. Which is why I can't just drop them in the center here and activate the POW while they're falling. And there is something specific we're trying to do. Alright, let's see if we can figure it out though. So the thing I'm trying to do at this point is I'm trying to get the bones on top of the donut block, which, well, we'll have to run a little further first. Of course, the fact that they always pause a little bit for a throw is a bit of a source of irritation, but okay, so now this is the tricky bit. I actually think I should have dropped the POW in the center column first, and then that way you hit it manually instead of with a throw. Let's actually take a point of damage for just one moment here. No, it doesn't. No. And if I do that, I have to stop jumping out because that's okay. If this happens, we actually go back to the flower. If we go back to the flower, then we don't get the... No, that was a mistake. We fish out a pea, then we get a flower, and then... Yeah. I've been trying this one method repeatedly, but the execution's so finicky. I really don't think it's the intended solution, but we're trying to make it work. Because I'm trying to basically drop the bones and hoping to activate the POW while the bones are dropping. I don't know where else we could do that. Maybe if we manage to lift this. But then the P block stops that, because I was thinking, okay, if you stop it on top of the P, then you activate another P, then you get the bones to fall down. And regardless, we don't want to do it that way, because... Actually, I wonder. You toss it nice and high. Oh, no, it's still on a platform technically while it's falling, so... Okay, there we go. Close call. Okay, grab that. Then... let's go again. Now let's drop it somewhere else. Let's take damage and toggle the on-off switch. Maybe I should kind of dump the POW in the middle while I do this bit. No, I still need to build a bridge, so I still need to POW down here. But... yeah, if I lower the bones while I'm on a donut block... well, no, I mean, I definitely have to freeze them on top. Okay, anyway, let's go do this. Oh, close call. Get out this way. Yeah, if we could just confirm whether this works or not. If it doesn't work, then we'll call it for today. We have to research this method properly. And the problem is that it's a bit tricky to jump into that slot. I think we have to be small. I might have to leave the POW upstairs in advance. Anyway, let's let the bones walk back first. We'll rotate this. Oh. No, that's okay. So far, it's okay. Might be a problem at another point. Let's try something. No, we've missed our opportunity for that. I was going to try to pre-place the POW up top to see if we could get a slightly better position on it, but nope, that's a problem at this point. I can't do it now. Oh, yes I can, except... oh, I don't think the timing was right on that one anyway. But I don't think it works. I think as long as it stays on a donut block, I think it still dies. But I can't tell because it seemed like it made contact with the ground first. But that's what I'm trying anyway. That's what I've been trying the whole time. Is to drop it. Basically, we need some kind of drop interaction on it. Like, for example, activating it. So, for example, even if you know, had it in this slot, step on the P switch, and perhaps while it's mid-fall, you activate the POW, and then... you know what, let's try that. Let's try that. Let's try to activate the POW while I'm stepping on the P. and see if that works at that precise moment where it's dropped from a P. But I only have one tile of wiggle room for that, so I feel like that's very execution specific. Basically, you would have it stand on a P here. You activate the P at the same time as activating the POW. It's a very narrow timing window to make that happen, because if it's still standing on a P, then it's still detected as being on ground. It dies. But if it's in that small slot of being in midair while it's dropping, then we're good. And then if the bones come back to life at that point, that's okay, because we can still walk it down to the bottom left before the second POW interaction that's going to happen with the fire flower. That's the idea behind it. So maybe that little refinement is what we need to be looking at. It's, again, a very narrow timing window, and if you blow it, you blow the whole attempt, because you only get one shot at the POW, but let's see if it works. It would be extremely precise. Because you have to step on a P first, and then... Yeah, that's the other problem, is that if you're stepping on a P first, then maybe the POW doesn't make contact. That's okay, we're going to try it. One of the few things I can try at this point is just to have some kind of detection of the bones in midair, you know, and not touching ground when we... oh yeah, no, we want to grab the flower first, just to make things... and we want to hit the on-off switch first. That's the whole point. Then we come back and build a bridge. We've been at this for so long now. We've been doing this puzzle for well over 2 hours. And of course, when we're tall, it's easier to grab the POW from that location when we are doing the bridge segment here. Okay, let's walk it. I'm gonna try to land on top of the P. Nope. We land on top of the P, then as we activate the P, we smack the POW. That. Nope. Doesn't work at all. Yeah, it's supersized. Like, it has to be a drop of several tiles, I think, to make sense at all. And we know that if we step on a P while, you know, the thing is over here. I don't know. POW, let me count tiles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, no, that's still within POW range here. Needs to be way across the screen. I'm just thinking, because if you have a P switch active, and if you have the on state and you wrap around the left side, you still can't take a P switch there. You'd still have to take the POW. And the POW throw is not going to work. Like, you really need to deflect the bones like crazy. Maybe there is some kind of overlap interaction that works where, you know, you hold the P here and up throw into the bones. And would still be able to raise it. It would be a very obscure interaction if so. Or if you place the POW down below it first. I have an idea. No, you still can't do it because you still can't take the P switch to the bottom left. That's fundamentally the constraint here, that there's no way to get a P switch into the bottom left. And so you can't do any kind of up throw from the bottom left quadrant to send bones upstairs. I feel like that's a dead end. But basically, if you have the bones on top of... What if you had it on top of E, like in a position like this? You know, you kind of raise it by one tile and then use the POW and the P in conjunction to move it to this location. Get the bones to sit on the left there, then you have a little bit more room to work with. Seems a little difficult to set up. Like, the idea is that you have stop the bones here and then drop the P, and then you would have an additional tile for it to drop. But I feel like activating the POW while dropping it somewhere in this vicinity is the right approach. And maybe it's still possible to, you know, project it up here or something if you sneak around with the POW a bit. And... yeah. Well, let's try it one more time. And then we'll probably have to bail on this one for now. But, you know, we've been going back to puzzles that we previously didn't solve. Finishing most of them along the way, so... I don't mind breaking this up over multiple sessions, although it might be a few days before we get back to it. No, I knew that was going to be an issue. What's the clear time on this? 53 seconds. I don't know if that's maybe a playtester cheese or something, which could very well be. I'll check what the maker clear check time is on this as well. Like, sometimes give us a clue as to what we might be looking for, but very limited information, but still often useful. Okay. Because we've had a bit of tunnel vision for this for some time now. It's not getting much better. I really feel like there aren't that many changes to make with this first sequence here, though, going up to the key. And subsequently the second flower. Because this part looks generally okay to me, it's just that afterwards we have issues. Okay, let's grab the flower. Might be possible to do this. And, well, we need to cross the bridge when we get to it, so to speak. We needed to cross first. Maybe we did give up too soon on the idea of lifting it up. Whoops. God. Do not get stuck in this position here. Let's get the objects out of the way for a moment. Because basically, if we're able to do the lift we were able to do previously and get it to land on top of the P, then we would be able to alternate P and POW. Oh, nope, now we have a problem. Because if at any point we can actually get the dry bones up to the top level, that solves it. Because we mapped out what the solution would be from that state much earlier. Like if we're able to lift it up to the top row on either side. No, it would have to be the left side, I think, because of the... First of all, the timing issue, and secondly, that you have to have it stay alive after the second POW. Alright. I'd like one more good attempt, and by good attempt I mean something that allows us to actually try a solution. Because past a certain point, more time invested in puzzles doesn't really help you, because you start really getting trapped in your tunnel vision for things you have already considered or ruled out. May just be that we need to step out of this one for a moment and really analyze. Yeah, that's fine. We'd still need to take damage to get back into the other on-off state. That's okay. Let's build a bridge. Nope, let's not yet. Let's be tall so we can actually grab things more easily. And let's wait. Oh, no, that's a mistake. Okay. I was trying to soft drop and I just let go of the down button too soon. You lose so much time on these. Okay, let's do it again. Nope. Yeah, I really do have to kill it to just kind of force it to turn around, disable the bone throw, but... that's what happens. I can see how the solution is supposed to look, it's just that we're missing one very critical function or maneuver, which is when to activate the first POW. And how to set it up so that bones are immune to POW number 1. Because basically the player can't be the one to start the reaction that detonates the POW. For the second POW anyway, for the first POW, it may just be an issue of suspending it in the air. I don't know how else to do a remote activation of it. I don't really see a way. What if the POW is in the P blocks? It just gets deleted. I thought so. That's okay. I knew that. Just needed to check that for sure. We had checked it, in fact, but sometimes we need to double check something that is common knowledge just to be absolutely sure. It set us back quite a ways in the puzzle, but that's okay. Sometimes you need to know. Yeah, why am I trying to jump on top of it anyway? Why don't I just stand on it and lower it? Because that way, I can just jump towards the POW. Well, because I don't... Yeah, no, the bones are trapped there on the one-way... on the donut, rather, so they're not going to walk off. But I guess I'm thinking, you know, would there be any meaningful difference between dry bones on a falling donut block versus collapsed dry bones on a donut block when it comes to immunity from the POW? I don't think so. I think it still counts as ground either way, and I think it's still going to die, but... But I feel like it's the kind of thing that we've just been unable to test all this time. This is a maker mode problem, but I'll do that at some other point. Let's grab the fire flower first. Oh yeah, we already did the key interaction, so let's go this way. And let's bridge it over. And when we smack it, we'll try to soft drop the POW on top, so we have it in an easily activated location. And let's let it go this way first. Get on top of the P. No, you can't stand on top of it like that. Hang on. Yeah, with the POW overlap, as soon as you jump, it just blows up, so you can't really do it that way. Just try to set it down, but can't really have the overlap. Anyway, let's go back. Done this opening sequence so many times over at this point. Then this. I feel like we do want the POW to be up there, and the idea is that we kind of jump and hit as the bones are going down. I'm just trying to find the way to do this that would be least execution sensitive, and everything is execution sensitive, so, you know, that doesn't reduce the possibilities very much. Okay. This way. We'll stomp it on the left side. We'll try to drop the POW up top. Whoops. That's okay, we'll grab the flower. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to drop the bones. We'll try to hit the POW at the same time. No, it definitely counts as still being on the ground. It definitely had not made contact yet. And I think even if it's the collapsed dry bones, it's still in the same situation. We need it to be in the air, suspended, basically. And I don't know where we're going to let it walk off. Maybe we're missing some other major possibility, but it seems to me that the ending has to work. Kind of like that, where... Let me just map it out again so I can visualize it. Well, first of all, let's grab the flower. So, the bones are dead, but we'll just try to sketch this out before we log off for today. That if you are taking out the bomb over here, you can take 1 point of damage from the bomb. At this point, if the dry bones are still alive somewhere, maybe you can take a point of damage from the bones. But as soon as the bomb detonates the POW, you can use that to take 1 point of damage, but you can't use that in conjunction with taking a point of damage from the bones, I think, because the POW would take it out unless it's way out of range, as we were describing earlier. And I was thinking that, you know, maybe doing the aerial drop of the dry bones on top of an activated P-switch would work in conjunction with the POW over at the one-way panel on the left side, but then of course it gives you maybe 1 tile of wiggle room while it's falling. If you're able to give the dry bones a little more room to fall, similar to how you can make it drop through the center column, then maybe you can activate it, but still, very difficult to take 2 points of damage off of that interaction. Because basically you'd be looking at this. And then we don't have a way to take 1 more hit. Unless there's something like a squish interaction or something that I don't see. Because this is the problem we've been trying to solve since the beginning of the level. Because you have to be small to go through this gap, and then ultimately drop the POW over on the right side. I was trying to think of all kinds of damage boost techniques. Do it, but fundamentally I think the bones have to survive at least 1 POW, possibly both, and we kind of understand what position it has to be in order to survive 2 POWs, but we don't know where the first activation is going to take place. If we can set up a remote activation for the first one, that would be great, but I don't see how it's happening. Can we go... Oh, we can go into a pipe. Look at that. But all of them are just resets. All 3 of the pipes are resets, in fact, and all 3 of the pipes are resets that specifically block off the left side column once the key has been obtained. And once the coin blocks have been... the ice coin blocks have been taken care of. Which tells me that the solution is something that should be doable from this state. And if the solution is doable from this state, then everything we were doing on the left column was basically junk. And that we need some way to do it that doesn't use that. Like, for instance, trying to drop the bones through the middle, which with good positioning might work, but it's difficult to set up. Like, you'd have to bridge it right in the middle and then drop it. After that, you find some way to ignite the bomb otherwise. Dry bones projectiles shouldn't ignite the bomb, right? I really don't think they do. No, they're not fire, obviously, but dry bones projectiles are kind of special enough in the game relative to everything else that you always have to do a bit of a sanity check, I think. But yeah, if you do a reset in one of the pipes, it does potentially allow you to move items around because it isn't an item check. Thank you so much for the follow. We are about to leave, though. And, yeah, I want to... Yeah, we are actually just about to leave. I was just kind of talking through the ending here as we were about to bail out, so... Let's take a look one more time. So we got a couple of solves ahead of this one today, but this one will take a little bit more of a look. And yeah, a couple of the ace puzzle makers having solved this one already, but I don't know if anybody... Grikowski would have done it on stream. But a couple of people involved in the puzzle scene, of course. Syphus holding many one-screen records, and Searchlight and Ape Tester rather, also all over the place when it comes to puzzle construction. We're missing something. I'm sure Grikowski managed to get on a stream, probably, but I haven't been watching lately, so yeah, we'll see. Red Knight, because I think I have some kind of tunnel vision here. Clear check time is 2:48. I always expect Syphus' times to be much faster because he is basically the big puzzle cheese tester who can execute things nobody else can. And I do see a couple of things here that seem like they must be part of the unintended path, that they involve the left column that is blocked by the blasters. And... yeah, but I'm definitely missing a step, and it is just figuring out how to get the bones to survive the POW. Or to get the bones into a position where I can still get hit by something after the first POW. We just never found that, and we spent about 2 hours looking for it, so... that's okay. I was pretty satisfied with the solutions we got earlier in the stream, so this wasn't completely unproductive. But we are going to call it for today, so... thanks so much for enduring that. I feel like many of the puzzle streams have been like this lately, where we get a couple of quick solves and then spend 2 or 3 hours on a single thing that doesn't get done and has to continue next time. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back soon enough, because 8MMC, the 8th Mario Maker Celebration, is launching very soon, and we'll be covering that since it features many makers who are longtime friends of the stream and viewers who submit to us constantly. And we'll have some other things as well, besides Mario Maker and besides just puzzles, as we try to see our way through the rest of December. Thanks so much for coming by. We'll pick out a destination. And until we meet again, enjoy whatever it is you are working on over on your end. And above all, fare thee well.